seemed to shake with anger and his red eyes rolled around. Still was it familiar after a ocean of affection and motherly love. He would call out his devotees and say that he never knew when he was ever angry with them. If it was possible that mothers would keep their children and the seed comes up the river, he too would neglect the devotees' welfare. That he, the slave of his devotees, always stood by them, responded to them, and whenever they called upon him, and that he always longed for the love. There was no knowing as to when Baba would accept the devotee, that depended on his will. He always told his papa, while Muhammadan gentleman, when he did Shirdi Kalyan, after making some immigration, my time when he came to Shirdi, he lived before the Kavi, facing north and sat in the ocean courtyard of the Masjid. For 9 months, Baba ignored him. He had known it was set in the Masjid. He felt disconsolate, he went to watch him. Somebody advised him not to be disappointed, but to try to approach Baba, Krishna, Madhava, Deshpande, rules and intimate devotees Baba. He told him that as they approached the Lord Shiva through his servant and devotee Nandi, so should Baba to approach through Shama. He read the again, he told Shama to intercede for him. Shama agreed, and on a convenient occasion spoke to Baba as well as Baba, why don't you allow the Lord to keep the Masjid? So many persons really come and go after taking the worship. Why not bless him once? Baba replied, Shama, you are a great hero from this country. What can I do? Take out this place. Who is driving to the Masjid? I go to him and ask him whether he comes to an hour to pass like a Baba. Shama went and returned with an affirmative answer. Again, Baba said to Shama, ask him whether he is willing to pay me the sum of rupees 40,000 and 4 installments. Shama went and returned with the times that he was willing to pay me 40. Again, Baba said to Shama, we are going to the Masjid to ask him whether he will take care of his for the sake of Baba got excited with his friends, surveyed all the stars and every advice to all lifting his cup every now and said, why keep dying for serious suffering? You read Quran like this, you are proud of it, pilgrimage to Mecca, but you do not know me. Being thus scolded, Baba was confirmed and Baba then went back to the Masjid, first day Salastic of mangoes and said to Baba, again Baba went to Haji and taking what is specified from his pocket, with the main and his hands. And so Baba allowed Haji reminded him from meals and Haji thereafter came into Masjid whenever he met Baba gave him at times some rupees and thus Haji was enrolled in Baba's dharma. Baba's control over his elements. We should close this chapter after this little incidents showing Baba's control over elements. Once at evening time there was a terrible storm of Shirdi. The sky was overcast with thick black clouds. Winds began to blow with great force, clouds roared and lightning began to flash and rain started falling in torrents. In short time the whole place was flooded with water. All creatures, birds, beasts and men got terribly frightened. They all flocked to the Masjid for shelter. There are many local deities in Shirdi, but none of them came to the rescue. They all prayed to Baba their God, who was fond of the devotion to intercede and quell the storm. Baba was much moved. He came out and standing to enter the Masjid, addressed the storm in a loud and thunderous voice. Stop, stop your fury and be calm. In 3 minutes the rain subsided, wind ceased to blow, and the storm came to a stop. Then wind rose in the sky and people went back home well pleased. Another occasion occurred, the fire in the valley began to burn brightly. Its flames were seemed to be reaching the rafters above. People who were sitting in the Masjid did not know what to do. They dared not ask Baba to pour water or do anything to quench the flames. But Baba soon came to realize what was happening. He took up his short stick and dashed it against the pillar and fell, saying, get down, keep calm. At each stroke of the scepter, the flames began to go over. In a few minutes, the valley became calm and normal. The Caesar was high, and the incarnation of God. He will bless any man who will trust it and surrender himself to him. He will read the stories in the chapter. His faith and devotion will soon be filled among the languages. Not only this, but always attached and devoted to Sai. He will get very soon for vision all his desires will be fulfilled and being ultimately desirous. He will attain the supreme. May the Lord Shri Sai bless you all.
Salvinas experiences Kaka Mahajani, Duman Peer, Mrs. Nimonkar, Mule Shastri, and Doctor. Now let us see in this chapter how devotees were received and treated by Baba. Saint's mission. We have seen before that the purpose or object of divine incarnation is to protect the good and destroy the wicked. But the mission of the saints is quite different. To them, the good and the wicked are the same. First, they draw the evildoers and set them on the right path. They are the Agasti, to destroy the Sagar, the ocean of worldly existence, or the sun to destroy the darkness of ignorance. The God dwells in the saints. In fact, they are not different from Him. Our Sai is one of these, who incarnated for the welfare of devotees. Supreme in knowledge and surrounded with divine order, He loved all beings equally. He was unattached. Foes and friends, kings and paupers, all were same to Him. Hear His leaders. For the sake of devotees, He gave His stock of merits and was ever alert to help them. But the devotees could never approach Him unless He meant to receive them. If their appointed time did not come, they did not remember Baba, and His leelas could not reach their ears. Then how could they think of seeing Him? Some men desired to see Sai Baba, but they did not get any opportunity of taking His darshan till His Mahasamadhi. There are many such persons whose desire for Baba's darshan was not thus satisfied. If these persons, believing in Him, listen to His leelas, their quest for darshan will be to a great extent satisfied by the leelas. Even if some persons went there by sheer love and took Baba's darshan, were they able to stay there longer? No. Nobody could be there of his own accord, and nobody could stay there longer if Baba did not wish so. They could stay there so long as Baba permitted them to stay, and had to leave the place when asked to do so by Him. So everything depended on Baba's divine will. Kaka Mahajani. Once Kaka Mahajani went to Shirdi from Mumbai. He wanted to stay there for 1 week and enjoy Gokul Ashtami festival. As soon as he took Baba's darshan, Baba asked him, when are you returning home? He was rather surprised at this question, but he had to give an answer. He said that he would go home when he ordered him to do so. Then Baba said, go tomorrow. Baba's word was law and had to be obeyed. Kaka Mahajani therefore left Shirdi immediately. When he went to his office in Mumbai, he found his employer anxiously waiting for him. His Muni, that is the manager, suddenly fell ill, hence Kaka's presence was absolutely necessary. He had sent a letter to Kaka at Shirdi, which was redirected to him at Mumbai. Bhau Sahib Tumar. Now listen to another story. Once Bhau Sahib Tumar was going to Nepal for a case. On the way, he came to Shirdi, took Baba's darshan, and wanted to proceed to Nepal immediately. But Baba did not permit him to do so. He made him stay at Shirdi for a week or more. In the meanwhile, the magistrate at Nepal suffered intensely from pain in his abdomen, and the case was adjourned. Mr. Dumar was then allowed to go and attend to his case. It went on for some months and was tried by 4 magistrates. Ultimately, Mr. Dumar won the case and his client was acquitted. Mr. Nana Sahib Nimonkar, Watankar of Nimon and honorary magistrate, was staying at Shirdi with his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Nimonkar were spending most of their time in the masjid with Baba and serving him. It so happened that their son fell ill at Belapur, and the mother decided, with Baba's consent, to go to Belapur and see her son and other relatives, and stay there for a few days. But Mr. Nana Sahib asked her to return the next day. The lady was in a fix and did not know what to do. But her God Sai came to her help. While leaving Shirdi, she went to Baba, who was standing in front of Sadhya's Vada with Mr. Nana Sahib and others, and prostrated at his feet and asked his permission to go. Baba said to her, go quickly, be calm and unperturbed. Stay comfortably at Veeravan for 4 days. See all your relatives and then return to Shirdi. How opportune were Baba's words. Mr. Nana Sahib's proposal was overruled by Baba's decree. Mure Shastri of Nashik. An Orthodox Agnihotri Brahmin of Nashik, Mure Shastri, who had studied the 6 Shastras and was well versed in astrology and palmistry, once came to Shirdi to see Mr. Bapu Sahib Puri, the famous millionaire of Nagpur. After seeing him, he and others went to see Baba in the masjid. Baba bought various fruits and other things from vendors with his own money and distributed them to people present in the masjid. Baba used to press the mango on all sides so skillfully that when Baba sucked it, he got all the pulp at once in his mouth and could throw away the seed. Plantains were chilled off by Baba and the pulp was distributed to the devotees, while the skins were retained by Baba for himself. Mure Shastri, as the palmist, wanted to examine Baba's palm and asked him to extend his hand. Baba ignored his request and gave 4 plantains to him. Then all returned to the Vada and Mure Shastri bowed, wore fresh clothes and started his routine duties with Agnihotra, etc. Then Baba, as usual, started calling me and said, "Take some kale, a red mild substance used to dye clothes in saffron color. We shall today draw saffron colored cloth." None understood what Baba meant. Then, after some time, when Baba returned and preparations for the army were being made, Bapu Sahib Zog asked Mure Shastri whether he would accompany him for the army. He replied that he would see Baba in the afternoon. Baba sat on his seat, was worshipped by the devotees, and army commenced. Then Baba said, "Get some dakshina from the new Nashik Brahmin." Bhuttik himself went to the Vada to get the dakshina, and when he gave Baba's message to Mure Shastri, he was sorely perplexed. He thought in his mind thus, "I am a pure Agnihotri Brahmin. Why should I pay dakshina? Baba may be a great saint. I am not his dependent." But since a great saint like Sai Baba was asking for dakshina through a millionaire like Bhuttik, he could not refuse. So leaving his routine unfinished, he started with Bhuttik for masjid. Thinking himself holy and the masjid otherwise, he remained at a distance and after joining his palms, threw flowers at Baba from there. Then, though all of a sudden, he saw not Baba but his late Guru Golab Swami there, he was wonderstruck. Could this be a dream? No, it was not, as he was wide awake. But how could his late Guru Golab be there? He was speechless for some time. He pinched himself, he thought again, but could not reconcile to the fact of his late Guru Golab being in the masjid. Ultimately, leaving aside all doubt, he went out, fell at his Guru's feet, and then stood there with folded hands. Other people sang Baba's Aarti, while Mure Shastri chanted loudly his Guru's name. Then, casting off all pride of caste and sacredness, he fell at his Guru's feet and closed his eyes. When he got up and opened his eyes, he saw Baba asking for dakshina. Seeing Baba's blissful form and his inconceivable infinite power, Mure Shastri forgot himself. He was extremely pleased. His eyes were full of tears of joy. He again saluted Baba and gave the dakshina. He said that his hour was over and he saw his own Guru. On seeing this wonderful leela of Baba, all the people, including Mure Shastri, were much moved and they realized the meaning of Baba's words. "Bring Geru, we shall don saffron-colored clothes." Such is the wonderful leela of Baba. A doctor. Once a Mamlatdar came to Shirdi with a doctor friend of his. The doctor said that his deity was Ram and that he would not go before a Muhammadan, and so he was unwilling to go to Shirdi. The Mamlatdar replied that nobody would press him to go down, so he could come and give the pleasure of his covering. Accordingly, they reached Shirdi and went to the masjid for Baba's Darshan. All were wonderstruck to see the doctor going ahead and saluting Baba. They asked him how he forgot his resolve and go down to a Musalman. Then the doctor replied that he saw his beloved deity Ram on the seat and therefore prostrated himself before him. Then as he was saying this again, saw Sai Baba there. Being dismayed, he again said, "Is this a dream? How could he be a Muhammadan? He is a great yoga sampanna, full of yoga avatar." Next day, he made a vow and began to fast. He absented himself from the masjid, resolving not to go there until Baba blessed him. 3 days passed, and on the fourth day, a close friend of his from Khandesh turned up, and with him he went to the masjid for Baba's darshan. After the celebration, Baba asked him whether anybody had gone to call him that he might come. Hearing this vital question, the doctor was moved. The same night, he was asked by Baba, and he experienced bliss supreme in his sleep. Then he left for his town, where he remained in the same state for a fortnight. Thus his devotion for Sai Baba increased manifold. The moral of all these stories mentioned above, especially that of More Shastri, is that we should have firm faith in our Guru and no one else. More leelas of Sai Baba will be described in the next chapter. Go to Shirdi Sai, peace to you.
Guru Sainath Maharaj Ki Jai. Chapter 13. More Sai Leelas, Diseases Cured, Vimaji Patil, Bala Shakti, Babu Sahib Bodhi, Alati Swami, Kaka Mahajani, Tattopanta Phalya. The inscrutable power of Maya. Baba's words were always short, deep, full of meaning, effective and well balanced. He was ever content and never cared for anything. He said, though I am a fakir, have no house or wife, and though leaving all care, I stay at one place, the inevitable Maya teases me often. Though I forgot myself, but she cannot forget me. She always envelops this Maya, the elusive power of Lord Shri Hari harasses even Lord Brahma and others. Then what to speak of a poor fakir like me? Those who take refuge in God will be freed from her clutches with this grace. In such terms, Baba spoke about the power of Maya. Lord Shri Krishna has said to Uddhava and the Bhagavad that the saints are his living forms, and see what Baba has said for the welfare of his devotees. Those who are fortunate and whose demerits have vanished, take to my worship. You always say, Sai, Sai, Sai. I shall take you over the 7 seas. Believe in these words and you will be certainly benefited. I do not need any paraphernalia of worship, either 8-fold or 16-fold. I rest there where there is full devotion. Now read what Sai did for the welfare of those who surrender themselves to me. Bhimaji Patil. One Bhimaji Patil of Narayanka of Prahadat Durga, district Pune, suffered in the year 1909 from severe and chronic chest disease, which ultimately developed into tuberculosis. He tried all sorts of remedies, but to no result. Losing all hopes, he ultimately prayed to God, "Oh Lord Narayana, help me now. It is well known fact that when our circumstances are well, we do not remember God, but when calamities and adversities overtake us, we are reminded of Him." So Bhimaji now turned to God.
There was only one remedy left, and that was to take recourse to Baba's feet. Relying on Mr. Nara's advice, he made preparation for going to Shirdi. He was brought to Shirdi and taken to Masjid to face before Baba. Mr. Nara Sahib and Shaman were present there. Baba pointed out that the disease was due to the previous living karma and was not disposed to the atmosphere. But the patient cried out in despair that he was helpless and sought refuge in him, as he was in the last hope, and prayed for mercy. Baba's heart melted and he said, "Take care, stay as comfortable and healthy. Your sufferings have come to an end. However oppressed and troubled one may be. was not convenient and fit place that Baba's father had to obey. While he was staying there, Baba took him by two things. In the first thing, he saw himself a boy suffering the severe pain of flogging, which he received for not reciting his poetry lesson before his classmaster. In the second dream, someone called him intense pain by a poetry stone up and down over his chest. With the pain the suffered in dream, his view was complete and he went home. He then often came to Shirdi, gratefully remembering what Baba did for him and prostrated before him. Baba also did not expect anything from devotee but remembrance, unwavering faith and devotion. People in Maharashtra always celebrate Satyanarayana Puja in their homes every fortnight or month. It was Bhimati Patil who started with Om Sai Parivaar Puja instead of Satyanarayana Puja in his house. Then he returned to his place. Bala Ganapati. Another devotee of Baba by name Bala Ganapati suffered very much from a malignant type of malaria. He tried all sorts of medicines and precautions, but the fever did not abate the job, and so he ran to Shirdi and said that Baba's feet. Baba gave him a strange recipe. In this case as follows: he will black down some morsels of rice mixed with curd in front of the Lakshmi. Baba did not know how to execute this recipe, but no sooner he went home than he found rice and curd. After mixing them together, he brought the mixture near the Lakshmi temple. Then he found a black heart cleaning its hand. He placed the curd and rice before the god daily and strange to say, Baba got rid of his malaria. Babu Sahib Modi. Sriman Babu Sahib Modi suffered once from dysentery and vomiting. His cupboard was full of patent drugs and medicine, but none of them had any effect. Babu Sahib got very weak on account of fatigues and vomiting, and therefore was not able to go to Mandir for Baba's darshan. Baba then sent for him and made him sit before him and said, now take care, you should not come anymore. And gestured with his legs in the air. The vomiting must also stop. Now look at the cover of Baba's book. Both the maladies disappeared and beauty fell well. On another occasion, he had an attack of cholera and suffered from severe thirst. Dr. Pillai tried all sorts of remedies, but could give him no good. Then he went to Baba and considered him as to want to drink. That would allay his thirst and prove medicine. Baba prescribed an infusion of almonds, walnuts, pistachios, boiled in sugar and milk. This would be transferred because of total aggravation of the disease by any other doctor or physician. But in his obedience to Baba's order, the infusion was administered, ministered, and strange to say the disease was cured. Alani Swami. A Swami from Alandi, with a desire for Baba's darshan, came to Shirdi. He suffered from severe pain in his ear, which prevented him from getting sleep. He was operated for this, but it served no purpose. The pain was severe and did not know what to do. While he was returning, he came to take Baba's leave. When Shama requested Baba to do something for the pain in the Swami's ear, Baba comforted him saying, Allah check karega. The Swami then returned to Pune and after a week sent a letter to Shirdi stating that the pain in his ear had subsided, though the swelling was there, and in order to get the swelling removed, he went to Mumbai for operation, but the surgeon on examining the ear said that no operation was necessary. Such was a wonderful and potent effect of Baba's work. Kaka Mahajan. Another devotee named Kaka Mahajan suffered once from diarrhea. In order that there should be no break in his service to Baba, Kaka kept a gambia on his wall in some corner of the masjid, and whenever there was a call, he would go out. As Sai Parivaar made the mistake, Kaka did not that Baba would of his womb do it soon. The work of constructing the payment of in front of Masjid was continued with Baba, but when the actual work began, Baba got wild and shouted out loudly. Everybody ran away and Baba was also doing the same. Baba caught hold of him and made him sit there. In the confusion that followed, somebody left a small pouch of brown eggs there. Baba took a handful of brown eggs, rubbed them in his hand, blew away the skins and gave the three nuts to Baba and made him eat them. Pulling and cleaning the nuts and making Kaka eat them went on simultaneously. Baba himself ate some of them. Then when the nuts were finished, Baba asked to fetch water as he felt thirsty. Kaka brought a big full of water. Then Baba drank some water and made Kaka also drink. Baba declared, now the area has stopped and you may attend to work of the table. In the meanwhile, other people who had run away returned and started the work. And Kaka, whose motions had stopped, also glad. All groundnuts were sent to the area. According to current medical opinion, groundnuts would aggravate the disease and not cure it. The true medicine in this, as in other cases, was Baba's word. Dattopant of Kaka. A gentleman from Kaka by name Dattopant suffered from stomachache for about 14 years. None of the remedies gave him any relief. Then on hearing Baba say that he whose disease by sight, he ran to Shirdi and fell in love. Baba looked at him kindly and gave him a blessing. Then Baba placed his hand on his head and gave him duty and blessing. He felt relieved and there was no further trouble about the malady. Toward the end of this chapter, 3 cases are cited in footnotes. Madharav Deshpande suffers from hives. Baba gave him decoction of Somamuti, which relieved him. Then after 2 years, the trouble reoccurred and Madharav took the same decoction without consulting Baba. The result was that the disease aggravated, but later on it was killed by Baba's grace. Second, Kaka Mahajani's elder brother Gangadhar Khan suffered for malady years from smoking. During Baba's fame, he came to Shirdi and requested Baba to cure him. Baba lifted his belly and said, God will cure. From that time there was no stomach pain, he was completely cured. Third, Nanasaheb Chandorkar also once suffered from hot, acute stomach pain. He was restless the whole day and night. Doctors administered injections, which produced no effect. Then he approached Baba, who told him to eat bird-feed, a kind of sweet meat mixed with ghee. This recipe gave him complete relief. All these stories show that there is meditation that cured the village disease permanently was Baba's word and grace, and not any medicines of that. Shirdi Sai Parivaar. Shri Satchidananda Sadguru Sai Maharaj Ki Jai.
श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। घेऊनी पंचारती करू बाबाची आरती, करू साईची आरती, करू बाबाची आरती। उठा उठा उपासव, ओवा उभार माधव, साई माधव, ओवा उभार माधव, करुणीला समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो दधातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः ॐ स्वस्ति साम्राज्यं भोज्यं स्वराज्यं वैराज्यं पारमेष्ठं राज्यं महाराज्यमाधिपत्यमयं समन्तवर्या ईशात् सार्वभौमः सर्वायुषान्त्रादात् परार्धात् पृथिव्यै समुद्रपर्यन्तायाम् एकराळितितलक्वेश्वश्लोको विगीतो मरुतः परिवेष्टारो मरुतस्यावसङ्ग्रहे आवीक्षितस्य कामप्रे विश्वे देवाः सभासदैते श्रीनारायण वासुदेवाय सच्चिदानन्द सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय। अनन्तातुलाते कसैरे स्तवावे अनन्तातुलाते कसैरे नमावे अनन्तामुखाचा शिवे शेषगाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा स्मरावे मने पदा नित्यभावे मुरावे तरे भक्ति साठे स्वभावे तरावे जगातारुणी मायताथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा वसे जो सदा वया संतलीला इसे यज्ञलोकान् परे जो जनाला पर्यन्तरे ध्यान कैवल्यदाता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा मराला जन्म मानवाचा नरासार्थका साधनीभूत साचा करो साई प्रेमागणाया अहंता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा धरावे गणेशान अल्पज्ञबाला करावे महाधन्य चुंबो निघाला मुखे गाल प्रेमे कराग्रास आता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा सुराधिक ज्ञानच्या पदावन्दिताते सुखाधिक ज्ञाते समानत्वदेते प्रयागादितीर्थे पदीनं करोता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा तुझ्या पदापाहता गोपबाली सदा रंगलेचे स्वरूपे विराली करीरास क्रीडा सवे कृष्णनाथा नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा तुला मागतो मागणे एक द्यावे करा जोडितो दीन अत्यंत भावे कवी मोहनी राजे हातारी आता नमस्कार साष्टांग श्री साईनाथा ऐसा वा साई दिगंबरा अक्षय रूपावतारा सर्वै व्यापक तू श्रुतिसारा अनुसया त्रिकुमारा बाबा देवा काशी स्नान जपा प्रतिदिवशी कोल्हापुर देशे श्री निर्मल नदी तुंगा जलप्राशी विक्रमाहुर्देशी ऐसा एवा सोळी लोंबकसे वामकरे त्रिशूल डमरुधारी भक्तावरद सदा सुखकारे देशमुक्तिचारे ऐसा एवा पायी पादुका जपमाला कमंडलो मृगछाला धारण कर युष्मत्पादरजप्रभावमतुलम् धातापि वक्ता क्षमान् सद्भक्त्या शरणं कृताञ्जलिपुटा सम्प्रापितोऽस्मि प्रभो श्रीमत्साई परेशपादकमलान् न्यान्यच्छरण्यं मम सायिरूपधररागोत्तमं भक्तकामविबुधद्रुमं प्रभुं माययोपतचित्तशुद्धये चिन्तयाम्यहमर्निशं मुदा शरत्सुधांशुप्रतिमं प्रकाशं कृपातपत्रं तव साईनाथ त्वदीयपादाब्जसमाश्रितानां स्वच्छायया तापमपाकरोतु उपासनादैवत साईनाथ स्तवैर्मयोपासनीनास्तुतस्त्वं रमेन्मनोर्मे तव पादयुग्मे भृङ्गो यथाब्जे मकरन्दलुब्धा अनेकजन्मार्जितपापसंशयो भवेत् भवत्पादसरोजदर्शनात् क्षमस्व सर्वान्धपरान्ध पुण्यकान् प्रसीद साये सद्गुरोदयानिधे श्री साईनाथ चरणामृतपोत चित्तास् तत्पादसेवनरतः सततं च भक्त्या संसारजन्यदुरितोऽधमनीकतास्ते कैवल्यधाम परमं समवाप्नुवन्ति स्तोत्रमेतत्पठेद्भक्त्या यो नः पुनरस्तन्मना सदा सद्गुरो साईनाथस्य कृपा पात्रं भवेत् ध्रुवम् करचरणकृतं वा कायजं कर्मजं वा श्रवणनयनं वा मानसं वा अपराधं विहितमविहितं वा सर्वमेतत् क्षमस्व जय जय करुणाब्धे श्री प्रभो साईनाथ श्री सच्चिदानंद सद्गुरु साईनाथ महाराज की जय।
Ratanji always brooded on this matter and said in his mind, would God be ever pleased to grant me a son? Thus was morose and did not maliciously. Day and night he was enveloped in anxiety as to whether he would ever be blessed with him. He had a great regard for Kaslam. He saw him and opened his heart before him. Kaslam advised him to go to Shirdi, take Baba's darshan, all his blessings and pray for wishes. Ratanji liked the idea and decided to go to Shirdi. After some days he went to Shirdi to Baba's darshan for 7 days. Then opening a basket, he took Parliament with Baba's grace and Baba's eyes and offered him baskets. With reverence he said, sat near Baba and prayed to him saying, many people who find themselves in difficult situations come to you and you relieve them immediately. Hearing this and anxiously sought your need, please do not disappoint me. Sai Baba then asked him for Dakshina of his fight, which Ratanji intended to give, but added that he had already received 350, from which I from him and that he should pay the balance. Hearing this Ratanji was puzzled. He could not make up his mind to what was on it. This was the first time he thought that he had come to Shirdi, and how was it? How was their Baba's effect had a clear possibility from the pocket. He could not solve it. He sat at Baba's feet and gave him the balance of Dakshina, asked him of his condition to Baba's feet, asked why he gave him sought his help, and prayed that Baba should bless him. Baba was good not to worry, and that hence all words of his bad days have ended. He then gave him food, placed his hand on his head and blessed him, saying that Allah will his heart. Then after taking Baba's leave, Ratanji returned home with the whole Nasran everything, but good reception. He said that it would come up. He said that everything went on well there. That he got Baba's darshan blessed with prasad, but there was one thing which he could not understand. Baba said that he had gotten this 3400 wisdom. Please explain as to what Baba meant by this remark. He said to Darshan, I never had to Shirdi before. How could I give him to some? To which Baba replied, to Darshan, still to the Baba has become much older for a long time. Sometime afterwards, instructor in Ratanji had received some days ago a compliment saying, by me, Maurits are in his house and had spent some money for his reception. This Maurits was generous, which was a well-known saint of the work as told him. When Ratanji decided to go to Shirdi, his Maurits had turned up at Ratanji's house. Ratanji knew him and loved him, so he gave a small party as honor. Darshan bought for Ratanji the menu of expenses of which reception and everybody was 100% received that the expenses amounted to exactly the rupees 340, nothing more, nothing less. They all came to know that Baba was understand that though he lived initially, he knew what happened outside, far away from Shirdi. In fact, he knew the past, present, and future, and would identify himself with anything. In this particular instance, how could he know the exception beyond by knowing that I had come out spent therefore unless he could identify himself with him and be one with him. Ratanji was satisfied with the explanation. His faith in Baba was confirmed. The new line he had blessed with him was blessed with the joining the moon. He said that he had on another issue of the picture of suicide. In the footnote towards the end of this chapter, he stated that Baba told Baba was delivering in an example. After the death of his first wife, he remarried and that he would get a son. Always after married, soon had that second wife. The first issue by his wife and daughter, he therefore felt very disappointed. But the third issue was his son Baba's word did not let from him and was Darshan. Now we should close this chapter with the two points of Darshan. It is well known that Baba always asks the Darshan from people who went to sleep. Somebody may ask the question, Baba was a conspiracy that is not attached. Why should we ask the Darshan? We should consider this question not first, for a long time, Baba did not take him. He stored world matches and filled his pocket with them. He never asked anybody for anything, whether it was devotee or not. If anybody placed a book for him on Paisa or two, he purchased oil or wine. He was fond of it.
दफा
He asked even for women and children who never had asked for all the
16. The readers may remember that mention was made in chapter 6 regarding the Ram Navami festival in Shirdi, how the festival originated and how in the early years great difficulty in getting into Milpitas for doing the kirtan, and on those occasions how Baba Karan came in touch with function kirtan to Darshan, and how he has been doing it successfully ever since. Now in this chapter we shall describe the manner in which Darshan has been doing the kirtan. Naradiya Kirtan Pankaj. Generally, Arayas, while doing kirtan, wear a gala and full dress. They put a headdress, either a peta or a turban, a long flowing coat with a shirt inside, and uparani, short dhota on that shoulders, and casual long dhota on the waist below. After dressing himself in the statue for some kirtan, the Shirdi village, Darshan once went to Baba for prostrating before him. Baba asked him, "Well, bridegroom, where are you going so dressed so beautifully like this?" But doing a kirtan came to reply. And Baba said, "Why do you want all this paraphernalia, coat, bunny, peta, etc.? They all that before me. Why wear them on the body?" That's when he immediately took off these things and while doing his kirtan. And immediately took off the things and placed them on Baba's feet. Thenceforth, Darshan never wore these things while doing the kirtan. He was always bare from waist upward, there are chickpeas in his hand and a garland around his neck. This is not the consonants the general practice generally followed by all the Haridas. But this is the best and purest method. The sage Narada, from whom the kirtan Rati originated, wore nothing on his torso and head, and carried a veena in his hand and wandered from place to place singing the glory of the Lord. Mr. Chokar's sugarless tea. Initially, Baba was known in Pune and Ahmednagar districts, but Rana Sai Chokar by his word of mouth and Darshan by splendid kirtans by the name Baba in the Kokan Mumbai presidency. In fact, it was Darshan, may God bless him, who by his beautiful and inimitable kirtans made Baba available to so many people there. The audience who come to hear the kirtans have different tastes. Some like the erudition or hearing the Haridas, some his gestures, some his scenes, some his wit and humor, some his preliminary dissertation on the Vedanta, and some his main theme and so on. But among them, there are very few who, by hearing the kirtan, get faith and devotion or love for the God and saints. The effect of hearing Darshan's kirtan in the mind of the audience was, however, electric, as it were. We even instance here. Darshan was once doing his kirtan and singing the glory of Sai Baba in Kubad Shenawat temple in Thana. One Mr. Chokar, a old man serving as a temporary employee in the civil courts in Thana, was amongst the audiences. He heard Darshan's kirtan most attentively and was much moved. He there and then mentally bowed to Baba, saying, "Baba, I am a poor man, unable to support my family. If by your grace I pass the departmental examination and get a permanent post, I shall go to Shirdi, follow your feet, and distribute sugar candy in your name." As luck would have it, Mr. Chokra did pass the examination and did get a permanent post, and now it remained for him to fulfill his vow. The sooner the better. Mr. Chokra was a poor man with a large family to support and could not afford to pay for the expenses of a Shirdi trip. As is well said, one can easily cross the Nanagat in Thane district or even the Sapatari range, but it's very difficult for a poor man to cross the Umbarka, the threshold of his house. As Mr. Chokra was anxious to fulfill his vows as early as possible, he resolved to cut down his expenses and save money. He determined not to use sugar in his diet and began to take his tea without it. After he was able to save some money in this way, he came to Shirdi to follow Darshan, fell at his feet, offered a coconut, distributed it with clean conscience along with sugar candy as per his vow, and said to Baba that he was very much pleased with his darshan and that his desires were fulfilled that day. Mr. Chokra was in the masjid with his host, Babu Sabjo. When the host and the guests both got up and were about to leave the masjid, Baba spoke the joke as follows: "Give him, your guest, cup of tea, fully saturated with sugar." Hearing these significant words, Mr. Chokra was much moved. He was wonderstruck. His eyes were bedewed with tears, and he fell at Baba's feet again. Mr. Chokra was also curious about this direction. Baba wanted by his words to create faith and devotion in Chokra's mind. He hinted, as it were, that he got sugar candy at birth vow, and that he knew fully well his secret determination not to use sugar in his diet. Baba wanted to say, "If you spread your palms with devotion before me, I am immediately with you day and night. Though I am here physically, still I know what you do beyond the 7 seas. Go wherever you wish over the wide world. I am with you. My abode is in your heart, and I am within you. Always worship me, who is seated in your heart as well as in the hearts of all beings. Blessed and fortunate indeed is he who knows me thus." What a beautiful and important lesson Baba impressed in the heart on Mr. Chokra. 2 lizards. Now we shall close this chapter with the story of 2 little lizards. One Baba was sitting in the masjid, the devotee sat in front of him when a lizard ticked. Out of curiosity, the devotee asked Baba whether this ticking of the lizard signified anything good or was it a bad omen. Baba said that the lizard was overjoyed as her sister from Aurangabad was coming to see her. The devotee sat silent, not making out the meaning of Baba's words. Immediately, a gentleman from Aurangabad came on horseback to see Baba. He wanted to proceed further, but his horse would not go as it was hungry and wanted grant. He took out the diagrams from his shoulders to bring from their shoulders to bring rams and dashed on the ground to remove dirt. A blizzard came out from there in the presence of all, climbed up the wall. Baba asked the questioner devotee to mark her well. She at once went struggling to her sister. Both sisters met each other after a long time, kissed and embraced each other and whirled around and danced with love. Where is Shirdi and where is Aurangabad for the blizzard? How should the man on horseback come there and from Aurangabad with blizzard? And how should Baba make the prophecy of the meeting of the two sisters? All this is very wonderful, really very wonderful, and proves the omniscience, the all-knowing nature of Baba. He who respectfully reads this chapter or studies it daily will get all of his miseries removed by the grace of the Shirdi Sai Baba. Shirdi Sai, peace be upon you.
Chapter 16 and 17 of Brahmana. These two chapters relate the story of a rich gentleman who wanted Brahmana quickly from Sai Baba. Till then, the last chapter described how Mr. Cholkar's vow of small offering was completed and accepted. In that story, Sai Baba showed that he would accept with appreciation any small things offered with love and devotion, but if the same thing was offered with pride and haughtiness, he would reject it. Being himself full of such and pure consciousness, knowledge and bliss, he did not care much for mere outward formalities, but if an offering was made in a humble spirit, the same was welcome, and he accepted it with pleasure and ability. In fact, there is no person more generous and benevolent than a Sadguru like Sai Baba. He cannot be compared to the Chintamani that confers in the celestial tree which fulfill our desires, or the Kamadenu, the celestial cow which eats what we desire. They give us only what we desire, but the Sadguru gives us the most precious thing that is inconceivable and inscrutable the reality. Now let us hear from how Sai Baba disposed of a rich man who came to him and implored him to give him Brahmana. There was a rich gentleman, unfortunately his name and whereabouts are not mentioned, who was very prosperous in his life. He had amassed a large quantity of wealth, houses, lands, and had many servants and dependents. When Baba's fame reached his ears, he said to his friend that he was not in want of anything, so he would go to Shirdi and ask Baba to give him Brahmana, which he thought would certainly make him more happy. His friend dissuaded him, saying that it is not easy to know the Brahma, and especially for an average man like you, who is always engrossed in wealth, wife and children, and who will in your quest of the Brahmana satisfy you, who does not give away even a paisa in charity. Not many his friends advised the fellow engaged a return journey Chonga and came to Shirdi. He went to the masjid, saw Sai Baba, and fell at his feet and said, Baba, hearing that you show Brahma to all who come to you. I do have come here all the way from a distant place. I am much fatigued by the journey, and if I get Brahmana from you, my troubles will be well paid and rewarded. Baba then replied, Oh my dear friend, do not be anxious. I shall show you Brahma. Many people come to me and ask for a wealth, health, power, honor, position, cure of disease and other temporal matters. That is the person who comes to me and asks for the Brahmana. There is no dearth of people asking for worldly things, but people interested in the spiritual matters are very rare. I think it is fortunate and auspicious moment when persons like you come and ask me for the Brahmana. So forthwith I show to you with pleasure Brahma with all its accomplishments and complexities. Saying this, Baba started to show him Brahma. He made him sit there and engaged in some other talk, and thus made him forget his question for a time being. Then he called a boy and told him to go to the one Nandu Marwadi and get from him a loan of rupees 5. The boy left and returned immediately, saying that the Nandu was absent and his house was dark. Then Baba asked him to go to the Bala grocer and get from him the said loan. This time also the boy was unsuccessful. This experiment was repeated again twice or thrice with the same result. Sai Baba was, as we know, the living and the moving Brahma incarnate. Then somehow someone may ask, why did he want a paltry sum of rupees 5 rupees? Why did he try hard to get it? In reality, he did not want the sum at all. He must have known fully that the Nandu and the Bala were absent, and he seemed to have adopted this procedure as a test for the seeker of the Brahma. That gentleman had a roll of bundle of the currency note in his pockets, and he was really earnest. He would have not sat quiet and a mere onlooker when Baba was practically trying to get a paltry sum of rupees 5. He knew that Baba would keep his word and repay the debt, and that the sum wanted was insignificant. Still, he could not make up his mind and advance the same sum. Such a man wanted from Baba the greatest thing in the world, that is the Brahmana. Any other man who would really love Baba would have given him rupees 5 at
instead of being a mere onlooker. It was otherwise with this man. He advanced no money, nor did he sit silent, but began to be impatient as he was engaged to the general and ignored Baba, saying, "Oh Baba, please give me Brahmanyan soon." Baba replied, "Oh my dear friend, did you not understand all the procedure that I went through sitting in this place for enabling you to see the Brahma? It is in short, for seeing Brahma, one has to give 5 things, that is surrender 5 things, that is 5 pranas, vital forces, 5 senses, mind, intellect, and ego. This path of Brahmanya or the self-realization is hard as treading on the edge of a razor. Sai Baba then gave a rather a long discourse on the subject, the purport of which is given below. Qualifications of the Brahmanyana self-realization. All persons do not see or realize the Brahma in their lifetime. Certain qualifications are absolutely necessary. 1. Mumukshu or intense desire to get free. He who wants that is bound and that he should get free from bondage of the works and earnestly resolutely to end and does not care for any other thing is qualified for the spiritual life. 2. Virakti or the feeling of non-attachment or with the things of this world and the next. Unless a man feels disgusted with the things and emoluments and the honors which his actions would bring in his world and the next, he has no right to enter into the spiritual life. 3. Antarmuha, introversion. Our senses have been created by God with a tendency to move outward, and so man always looks outward and not inward. He who wants self-realization in immortal life must turn his gaze inwards and look to his inner self. 4. Catharsis, eliminating all base ideas and emotions. Unless a man had turned away from wickedness and stopped from doing wrong and has entirely composed himself, and unless his mind is at rest, he cannot gain self-realization even by means of knowledge. 5. Right contact. Unless a man leads a life of truth, penance, and insight, a life of celibacy, he cannot get God realization. 6. Preferring Shreyas, the good, to the Prayas, the pleasant. There are two sort of things, that is the good and the pleasant. The former leads to the spiritual affairs and the latter to the mundane matters. Both these are open to the man for acceptance. He has to think and choose one of them. The wise man prefers the good to the pleasant, but the unwise to greed and attachment to chooses the pleasant. 7. The control of the mind and the senses. The body is the chariot and the mind is the self, is its masters. The intellect is the chariot and the mind is the reins, and the senses of the horses and the sense objects of the past. He who has no understanding and whose mind is unrestrained has his senses unmanageable, like the stray horses of a chariot does not reach his destination to get self-realization, but goes through the round of the births and the deaths. But he who has understanding and whose mind is restrained has his senses under control, like the brute obedient horse of a chariot reaches the destination. That is the state of self-realization where he is not born again. The man who has understanding as his chariot is guide and is able to rein his mind reaches the end of the journey, which is the supreme abode of all pervading Vishnu Lord. 8. Purification of the mind. Unless a man discharges satisfactorily and disinterestedly the duties of his station in life, his mind will not be purified, and unless his mind is purified, he cannot get self-realization. It is only the purified mind and the vivek disattachment to the real, to the unreal, prop up and lead on to the self-realization. Unless egoism is dropped, avarice got rid of, and the mind made desireless, pure or self-realization is not possible. The idea that I am the body is a great delusion, and the attachment to the idea is the cause of the bondage. Leave off this idea and the attachment before if you want to reach the goal of self-realization. 9. The necessity of a guru. The knowledge of the self is so subtle and mystic that no one can, by his own individual effort, ever hope to attain it. So the help of another person, teacher who has himself got self-realization is absolutely necessary. What others cannot give with the great effort and the pains can be easily given with the help of such a teacher, for he has walked onto the path himself and can easily take the disciple step by step on the ladder of spiritual progress. 10. And lastly, the grace of the Lord is the most essential thing. When the Lord is pleased with anybody, he gives him Vivekanta Vairagya and takes him safe beyond the ocean of the mundane existence. The self cannot be gained by the study of the Vedas, not by the intellect, not by learning. He who the self chooses being safe. To him, the self reveals its nature, says the Katha Upanishad. After the recitation was over, Baba turned to the gentleman and said, "Well, sir, there is in your pocket a Brahma in the form of 50 times of 5, rupees 250. Please take them out." The gentleman took out from his pocket a bundle of currency note and a grey pointing them that they were 25 notes of rupees 10 each. Seeing this omniscience of the Baba, he was moved and fell at Baba's feet and prayed for his blessings. Then Baba said to him, Lord of the bundle of Brahma, that is the currency note, unless you completely get rid of your average of three, you will not get the real Brahma. How can he whose mind is engrossed in wealth, progeny, and prosperity expect to know the Brahma without removing his attachment for them? The illusion of the attachment of the love for the money is deep, eddy, whirlpool of pain, full of crocodiles in the form of the conceit and jealousy. He who is desireless can alone cross this whirlpool. Greed and Brahma are a cycle of poles as they eternally oppose each other. Where there is greed, there is no room for thought or radiation of the Brahma. Then how can a greedy man get his passion or salvation? For a greedy man there is no peace, neither contentment nor steadiness. If there be even a little trace of greed in the mind, all the sadhanas, the spiritual endeavors are of no avail. Even the knowledge of a well-read man who is not free from the desire of the fruit of the reward of his action is rigid and cannot help him in getting the self-realization. The teachings of a guru or of no use to a man who is full of egoism and who always thinks about the same subjects. Purification of the mind is absolutely necessary. Without it, all the spiritual endeavors are nothing but useless show and form. It is therefore better for one to take only what he can digest and assimilate. My treasury is full. I can give anyone what he wants, but I have to see whether he is qualified to receive my gift. If you listen to me carefully, you will be certainly benefited. While sitting in this masjid, I never speak any untruth. When a guest is invited to the house, all the members of the household and other friends and relations that happen to be present are entertained along with the guest. So all those that were present in the masjid at that time could partake the spiritual feast that was served by Baba for the gentleman. After getting the Baba's blessing one and all, including the gentleman, left the place quite happy and contented. Special characteristics of Baba. There are many saints who live in their houses, stay in the forest, caves, along hermitages and in solitude in order to get liberation or salvation for themselves. They do not care for other people and are always self-absorbed. Sai Baba was not such a type. He had no home, no wife, no progeny, or no any relations near or distant. Still he lived in the world society. He begged his bread for 4 or 5 houses, always lived in the root of the neem tree, carried on the worldly dealings, and taught all the people how to act and behave living in this world. Ran on the sadhus to the saints who, after attaining the God vision, strive for the welfare of the people. Sai Baba was the foremost of these, and therefore says Hemantan, blessed is the country, blessed is the family, and blessed are the chaste parents, where this extraordinary, considered, precious, and pure child Sai Baba was born. Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 18 and 19. The last 2 chapters Hemanga described how a rich young man aspiring for the Brahmin was stated to Baba, and in these 2 chapters he describes when Hemanga himself was accepted in Baba, how Baba and Hemanga put together with the statement that his husband would sway and memorize our labor. It is a well-known fact that the disciple expressed to the qualification of his disciples and then gives suitable instructions without unsettling the minds of the least to among the words of God self-criticism. In this respect, some say that what the disciple teaches and instructs will not be divorced to others. Beginning their instructions become useless if they are published. This view is not correct. The disciple is like a monsoon flower. He pours on profusely that his careless, widening nectar-like teachings. These we should enjoy and assimilate to our heart's content and then serve others without any reservation. These rules apply not only to what he teaches in a way history, but the wisdom he gives us in our dreams. To quote an instance, Buddha consequently copies to celebrate a Ram Raksi Sutra, which he had seen in his dream. Like a loving mother forcing better abilities and medicine down the throat of her children for the sake of the God Sai Parivaar important spiritual instructions to his devotees. His method was not veiled or secret but quite open. The devotees who followed his instructions got their object. Circle like Sai Parivaar open our eyes of the intellect and show us the divine beauty of the circle fruitful of tender minds of devotion. When this is done, our desire for sense objects vanishes. Twin fruits of vivek, discrimination, and vairagya, dispassion, or non-attachment comprehension, knowledge sprouts up even in this way. All these we get when we come in contact with Sai Parivaar serves them and secure their love. The Lord fulfills the desires of his devotees, comes to a ready to move our troubles and sufferings and makes us happy. This progress and development is entirely due to the effort of Sai Parivaar, who is regarded as the Lord himself. Therefore, we should always be at the Sai Parivaar, hear his stories, follow his feet and serve him. Now we come to a main story. Mr. Satya. There was a gentleman named Mr. Satya who attained some publicity many years ago during Crawford regime, which was put under the governor of Mumbai. He suffered severe losses in trade. Under adverse circumstances, giving much trouble, made him sad and dejected. Being restless, not leaving home, going to a distant place. But as long as everything got when difficulties in languages overtaking John's place for relief. If his demerits are come to an end, God arranges meeting with the saint who gives him proper direction regarding his welfare. Mr. Satya had similar experience. His friends constantly put his journey where so many people were flocking against settled others of getting peace of mind and the satisfaction of their wants. He liked the idea and at once came to see it in 1917. Seeing Baba's home, which was like eternal Brahman, self-reliance, fearless and pure, his mind lost its restlessness and became calm and composed. He thought it was the accumulation of merits in his former birth that brought him to the holy feet of Baba. He was a man of strong will. He had once started to wake up prayer and study of Guru's and when the reading was finished to the Sattva 7 days, Baba gave him a visit that night he was to the Sattva. Baba, the Darshan and was explaining his way to Mr. Satya, was sitting in front of a city Catholic. When he walked into the Baba, he felt very happy. He was extremely kind of a white and souls like this that are snoring in ignorance and making this no trouble, etc. Next day, informed Kagasai preacher of this person and requested him to consult Sai Parivaar regarding his meaning and significance. Whether once of the weeks reading was sufficient or whether he is a vegan again. Kagasai preacher when God stood up an opportunity asked Baba, what did you suggest to Mr. Satya by this person? Whether he is stop and continue the subject. He is a simple devotee, his desire should be fulfilled. Then Baba replied, he should make one house of the devotee. But the God is studied carefully, the devotee will become pure and be benefited. Lord will be pleased to and be rescued from the bondage of modern existence. At this time, Yamatman was present there, he is chanting Baba's less. When he heard Baba's word, he thought in his mind, what? Mr. Satya read for a week, only correct what? I am reading it for 40 years with no result. His 7 days stay here, it was fruitful. While his 7 days stay 1980 to 1970 was for nothing. Like a child, I got another waiting for the red blessed with cloud Baba to pour his neck around me and blessed with his instruction. No sooner did this thought cross his way, Baba knew then and there, because I experienced the purpose that Baba understood all the thoughts, and that he suffers the evil thoughts and encouraged the good ones. Reading Yamatman and Baba and was asking to get a drop from Dhamma, mother of this planet, take and give this to sleep, this is that they will sit and say, chatting for all under the mercy down in Baba's man, and so he instilled his own, who could listen to Baba's sorrow. Yamatman immediately left the nurse's place and was just capital with his daughter. He came and asked Yamatman, how is he came. It seems that you come from the north. Why do you look restless and dejected? Why do you? He said, rest and why does it do my worship and return? In the meanwhile, you please take time with these and these and etc. Rather than have a person said, after saying this, he went inside and even said, go to the veranda. He saw in the window a well-known Marathi book named Nat Bhagavad. This is a convention that is based Eknath in the 11th chapter, the biggest Sanskrit book, the Bhagavad, and the suggestion of recommendation of Sai Parivaar Mrs. Baba Sai Parivaar, Kagasai Preacher, the Bhagavad Gita, dealing with this Marathi connection and Baba to Deepika, the English. A direct Christian is friend devotee, Arjun Nath Bhagavad, a direct Christian is servant devotee, but also a consultative to work with this Baba to the mind. When devotees came to Baba and asked certain questions, he something saying, answer the listen to the reading of the government, which are the main chains of the Bhagavad Gita. But the devotees went and listened, they were full of satisfactory replies to their questions. They were also used to read the listen portion of Nath Bhagavad. I take it did not complete the daily portion of his reading, but left to the infinite stage to accomplish the devotees of going to the masjid. When he went to the court from Saha's window and carefully opened, he found his circles in the increased portion opened up. He thought that Baba said it very kindly to Saha's search by lifting to the complete his very reading. So he went through the unfinished portion and completed it. As soon as this was over, Sama was came to the following conversation between them. After the lesson from Baba, asked me to return with rupees 15 as Darshan from you, also to sit with you for a while, and have a person sits another direction to the magic with you. Shama, it's surprise. And no money to give, take the 15 namaskars prostrates in India of Milpitas, that's where the Baba came up. Alright, your namaskars are accepted. Now let us have some chit-chat. This is what is in the letters of Baba, so that's why I said, Sama, been sitting for a while, one of us has put India of this kind of, you know, the name of village, where one life is, facing someone innocent, you know, so I describe them before you. But they just leave speaking of attention, I have the pen, but when I go and touch myself, in a few minutes, Sama came out and said, after we came up and we said, the leader of this God, Baba, is inscrutable. There is no empty leaders. Who can see them? He plays and sports with his leaders. He is beyond and affected by them. What are the rest of us? Why does not Baba keep such stories? Why does he learn not like you to pull certain? His ways are inconceivable. I can only say that they are not few. With this preface, Sama added another Brahma story which is alright to you. I know it personally as a devotee is resolute in determination of Baba's immediate response. Sometimes Baba puts a devotee in secret and I don't use of his instructions. As soon as Hemaka heard the word Oka, there is a flash of lightning crosses like he had come to Ramoka, the story of Mr. Sakri's good already, and thought that Baba had said to someone not to keep peace with restless mind. However, he incurred this feeling and began to listen to Sama's stories. He also how kindly and affectionate Baba was to his word devotees. Hemaka began to feel joy in hearing all this when Sama began to tell the following story. Mrs. Radha by Deshmukh. There was an old woman by the name Radha. This was a mother of Krishna Deshmukh. Hearing Baba's pain, she came to Shirdi with the people of Sangyamla. She took Baba's lesson was much satisfied. She loved Baba and intimately and resolved on that decision. So Baba said to her, take some Pradesh from you. She determined to fast herself and to take so long as Baba did not accept her and give her any Pradesh and mantra. She stayed in her lodging and stopped eating food about for 3 days. I was frightened about this order of the old woman and interested in Baba and wake up. I said, Deva, what is this you are starting? We got so many persons here. You know that woman? She is very obstinate and people on. She has resolved to fast together they cannot accept an instructor. If anything worse happens, people will blame you. Say, Baba, you don't instruct. And as a consequence, he might have so takes a mercy on the person and instructor. And she is a determination, Baba. Self-worker very gently by addressing as follows. Oh, mother, why do you have this subject as such unnecessary tortures? You are my mother, I am your child. Take pity and hear me. And hear me. I tell you one story, which if you listen carefully to the head of it, he was a great saint and most merciful. I served him long, very long. Still he would not go very much into my ears. My keen desire never to leave him, but his taking concerned me. It at all costs to resist some instruction from him. But he had his own view. He first caught my head shame and asked me for 2 paise as Darshan. I gave the same at once. He may say that as my guru was perfect, was he asked for money and also he desires. The reply is that he never cared for coins. What had he to do with them? These 2 paises were one floating into faces or perseverance. I gave these 2 paises to him and he was pleased. And I started my group for 12 years. He brought me here. There was no dearth of food or clothing. It was full of love. It was love incarnate. How can I describe it? He loved me most, rare as a guru like him. When I looked at him, he seemed as if he was in deep meditation, and then we both had filled with bliss. Night and day, I gazed at him with no thought of hunger and thirst. Without him, I felt restless. I know subject to meditate upon, not immediately then my guru torture. It was my sole refuge. My mind was always fixed on him. This firm faith is one paisa of action. Sabari, patience are perseverance is other paisa. Or wait to patiently serve my guru. This sabari will carry you across the sea of this modern existence. Sabari removes all sins and imperfections, gets calamities in various ways, and constants in all fear, and ultimately gives you success. Sabari is a man of rituals, instead of Kutta, Nista, faith, and sabari, patience are like twin sisters, loving each other very intimately. My guru never expected anything from me. He never neglected me but protected me all times. And lived with him some days away from him. Still, I never got the absence of his love. He always protected me by his glance, just as a tortoise feeds her newborns, whether they are near or away from her on the other side of the bank, by the loving glances. Oh mother, my guru never taught me any mantra, then how should I blow any mantra in 8 years? Just remember the guru's tortoise like loving glance gives us happiness. Do not try to get mantra or upadesh from anybody. Make good soul object of your thoughts and actions. You will, no doubt that today, for a mark of the spiritual God of life. Look at me wholeheartedly and I look at you. And I enjoy look at you. Sitting in this masjid, I speak the truth, nothing but the truth. No sadhana or proficiency in the 6 sastras is necessary. Have faith and confidence in your guru. Believe that Guru is soul after you. Best to see who knows the greatness of his glory. Teach him to be Hari, Hara, and Brahma, Trimurti incarnate. Instructed in this way, the worldling was convinced she bowed Baba and Yoga fast. Hear this story carefully and attentively and marking significance and appropriateness. Yevapan was most agreeably surprised. And see this wonderful leader Baba is whole from top to his whole world joy, his thought of joke and not able to utter a single word. Someone speaking in this condition asked me, what is the matter with you? Why does someone also describe the deeper feelings of Baba? Just at this time, the brother in the masjid began to read, proclaiming that the guru worship and arti ceremony had begun, and therefore Shaman and Yevapan hurried to the masjid. Babu Sai So I just started the verse, the women were up in the masjid, men were standing below in the open Quran, and they were not singing the in chorus to the accompanying of drums. Some were putting Kabatman and giving sign to the right and Kabatman in front of Baba, and seeing the Baba as came up and to give the Darshan powerful Jama. He looked at some of your namaskars and your repeats, and there he was there in person. Baba said, all right, now let you know whether you both had a chit-chat. So tell me all that you talked about, not only the songs of the Balkaran and the chorus songs. Kabatman was eager to tell Baba what they had talked about and started to narrate it. Baba was outside answers to hear, and so he left the bolster and leaned forward. Kabatman said, all that we talked about was very pleasant, especially the story of the one who was most wonderful and that and there. And hearing it, he thought that his Leela was inexplicable, and the guy said that story, he really blessed him. Baba then said, whatever is the story, I was really blessed. I would like to hear everything in details from you, so tell me all about it. Then Kabatman related and told the story, which I had a little, which he had heard a little like before, which he had heard the last week, impressed on his mind. Here this Baba was much pleased on asking did the story strike you? And did he catch its significance? He replied, yes, Baba. There are successes in man as managing maker, and he got true peace and trust and affection of the true kind. Then Baba spoke as follows, my method is quite unique. Remember, this one story will be very useful. Better knowledge, realization of the self beyond meditation is necessary. If you practice it continuously, the effect is certain thoughts will be pacified, being quite desirous. You should meditate on God who is in all the creatures, and when the mind is concentrated, the goal will be achieved. Meditate always on my formless nature, which is all to become consciousness of this. If you cannot do this, meditate on the form from top to toe. As you see your activity, as you go on doing this, your practice will be single pointed. There is space between the japa and meditative, Dhyana, not a meditation, Dhyana, being meditative, with the consciousness of being merged with the The mother told us is on one time that there were animals and others. It gives life no more. We are clients, no gives some nutrition. The young ones do not, but remember, meditate upon their mother. The told us the nicest to the young ones, when this is a sustenance and everything is still, so restituted the Guru and disciples. When Baba uttered these words, the chorus of the artisan was overall afraid of glory, unison, victory to a second side, and whose pure consciousness more than the rest. Here as well as imagine that we have been shining in the crowd of the imagine that a giant in the chasing tower. After that, the ceremony was over, Prasad was distributed, Baba Sati came forward as usual, and after saluting Baba, gave his complete flush of the candy. Baba was told this in the answer, Kamatman and Sati, if you take this story to God, we're going to go and straight to this story, so we all the desires will be for them and be happy. Kamatman followed the Baba and implored, to fame will let the person protect me always, Baba will take the story, meditate and have a spirit and spirit. Then we will always remember and meditate and the love will manifest himself to you. He did as Kamatman got Prasad of Sukhavedi, and now he got a Prasad of Sukhavedi on the nectar of the story, let us take it to the heart's meditate on it and assimilate it, and be strong and healthy by Baba's grace. Amen. Towards the end of the 19th chapter, Kamatman had dealt with some other matter which are given below Baba's advice regarding your behavior. The following words of Baba and general welfare and infallible protection and acted upon them will always do you good. Unless there is some relationship or connection, nobody goes anywhere. If anyone agrees to come to you, do not discourage you, drag them away. But receive them well and treat them with due respect. Stay very God will be certainly pleased if you give water to the thirsty, bread to the hungry, clothes to the naked, and whatever to the stranger for rest. If anybody wants any money from you, when you are not inclined to give, do not give. But do not bark with you like a dog. Let anybody speak hundreds of things against you, do not listen by giving any bitter play. If you tolerate such things, you will certainly be happy. Let the world will talk, so tell you. You remain where you are, standing in your own place, living common and so all things passing before you. Even as a water difference that separates you from me, and then another room for a meeting will be clear and open. The sense of difference is in as I and those is a barrier that keeps away the disciple from his master. And unless that is destroyed, the state of union is not possible. Allah Mali, there is God as a sole proprietor, nobody else is a protector. His method of work is extraordinary, invaluable, it's good, his will will be done, it's also exacts all his desires. It is an argument of renewable form of relationship that we have come together, as lovers of each other, take happy. Keep our things as supreme God of life is keep out of happy, all others mediates, and is the breath. Encouraging good touch to person. It is interesting to know how Sai Parivaar encouraged good touch. You have to surrender yourself to 50-11 years and then you'll say, what you touch your travel. Some senses say that very good touch, you really can't go away from saying, and if you never receive it, to the room, you will be unfolded in line with achieve commerce. They were provided to try this one Wednesday before going to bed, but tomorrow was Thursday, and as kids is doing the place we said is so cold. So everybody supported, remembering and celebrating Rama, and then he slept up. Next morning when he got up, he removed without any effort. The name of God was much pleased. After finishing his morning duties, he went to see Baba at Florida. When he left the places around his passing, he put him out of the Samadhi. He heard a beautiful song that has been sung nicely by one Aranda Bhattin in the Masjid before Baba. The song was good parted by a very high. Extra by Eknath seasons and he got to learning in the form of his Guru's grace, which all his and made to see around dinner out and sleep, dream and wake straight in every way. There were so many songs, but why was this song particularly chosen by Aranda? Anyway, Baba, is this not a curious coincidence? I read about the active and the determination of the Emma to say unceasingly Rama Devi, all saints agree, lays stress upon the efficacy of uttering God's name, in fulfilling the magnificence of the Bhaktas, and in protecting and saving them from all calamities. Directly to look at this slander has been done. Sai Parivaar knows specifics, not any specific continuing instructions, whatever any case of humanity gave them freely. Once you say, that the Bhakta Baba when someone became his brain before other people believing as its merits and quality the false of his brothers was castigated and the hearers were disgusted. Generally, we see that people have a tendency to scandalize others unnecessarily, and this brings on ill feelings. Since this scale another way, this is that there are various ways of cleansing and removing at least minutes of water and soap, etc. But scale back and start away of this moment. He removes the third false of others by time, so in a way your mind is supposed to good results and publicity to be times. Sai Parivaar has one method of correcting this kind of matter. In your ways, this is what this slander had done, and when he met him and near the line, the Papa pointed to him and said, they were seeing, they were eating one thing that was sitting before. Oh, it's not randomly healthy because I won't brothers and sisters. After performing many deeds of very policy too, if you act like this, all you see the helping in India. Leaders such as the Bhakta Pitta lesson, please start and wait for it. In this way, Baba went on giving instructions on what is the people want to learn acted about the spiritual pluralities in Islam for all. There is a problem, it says, in every kind of life, this problem is only to intensify the food and clothing. If anyone believing in sits around and sit idle and does not in spiritual matters, he will be ruined. For Einstein said himself is at most for attaining self-process. The more he endeavors, the better for him. Baba said it was 100% transiting land, air, world, life, and heaven, and that was not loveless to remove the misunderstanding of those who thought that Baba was only his body 3 kibbles and half a land. He incarnated himself in this body. If anybody medicated on the day night with complete self-surrender experience, complete unity with him, like sweetness and sugar, basil seed, iron is he who wants to get up the cycle of works and then to live right his life with his mind calm and composed. He should not speak harshly to anyone so as to hurt him. He should always engage himself in good actions, reduce duties and surrender himself not to so to him. He did not then get afraid of anything. He would trust him entirely, hears and expose his neighbors and does not think of anything else. His student and selfless. Baba asked him to remember his neighbors and let him but those who want to know who they made, who I am made. I advise some study and Manan contemplation. To some he advised remembering God's will, to others hearing his leaders, to some worship of his feet, to others reading and studying Adhyatma Ramayana, Jnaneshwari and other sacred scriptures. Some have been sitting in his feet, some have sitting Gandhoba's temple, and some advised there is a repetition of thousands of Vishnu, and some studied Chandiyogi, Upanishad, and Gita. There was neither really limit nor any restriction to his instructions. He gave because not their basis and dreams. To some addicted to dreaming, he appeared in his dreams, sat in his chest, casting the left dream, actually gave a promise not to touch later anymore. To some he explained some mantras like Guru Brahma, in dreams. To some devotee who was practicing Hatha Yoga, in some word that is not what yoga practices, he pointed somebody it's impossible to describe all his dreams and methods. Normally, worldly dealers is an example by sciences, what which is given below. Reminiscence of labor. One day, Baba came to another Christmas house. His baby, a ladder, 7 brought him and set it against the wall of the pastor's directive. He climbed up on the river bottom and transferred his pastor with the other Christmas house. He then called him for the temple. What after Baba can then put other Christmas house and ensuring he prepared to drive up the river that he made gone up there. Immediately after getting the Baba paid 2 rupees to the person who brought the ladder. Somebody else Baba, why you paid so much for this? And nobody should take the labor of others in vain. The workers will be paid is just probably and liberally. If the principle that we will be followed, and if the remuneration for labor be paid promptly and satisfactory, the laborer will turn out that both the laborers and their employees will be profitable. What system is due to? Sairam chapter 20. The Daskan's problem is solved by Kaka's maid servant. In this chapter, Hemant describes how Daskan's problem was solved by Kaka, which is maid servant. Mother was but virtually formless, assumed the form for the sake of purpose. With the help of Maya and the paper part of nature in the drama of the universe. Let us remember and visualize Shirdi Sai. Let us go to Shirdi and see carefully the program after the moon aarti. After the aarti ceremony was over, Sai used to come out of the monster. Standing on the stage, distribute truly to the devotees with very kind, gracious, and loving words. The Bhaktas also got up with equal fervor, clasped his feet and had the bliss of Guru. Baba asked handfuls of truly into the palms of the devotees and marked their foreheads with truly into his very hands. The love he bore for them in his heart was boundless. Then he addressed the Bhaktas, go out, go home, take your bags, you and now go to your lodges. You Babu, enjoy your meal. In this way, he accosted each and every devotee in separate home. Even now you can have the pleasure of these sights. If you bring it to your, you can play your imagination. Now bring Sai in our mental vision. Let us meditate on him from his feet upwards to his face, prostrating before him humbly, lovingly and reverentially. Isha Upanishad, Darshan once started dividing Marathi commentary and Isha Upanishad. Let us first give a brief idea of this Upanishad before proceeding further. It is called Mantra Upanishad as it is embodied in the mantras of the Vedic Samhita. It constitutes the last of 14th chapter of the Vajasaniya Samhita, Yajurveda, and it is therefore called Vajasaniya Samhitopanishad. Being embodied in Vedic Samhitas, this is regarded as superior to all the Upanishads, which are in the Brahmanya caste and Aranya caste. Not only this, other Upanishads are considered to be the commentary on the truths mentioned briefly in the Isha Upanishad. For instance, in the case of the Upanishads, the Brahmanya Upanishad is considered by the British Sankhya to be the only commentary on the Isha Upanishad. Professor Ali Dinari says the Isha Upanishad is quite a small Upanishad content. It contains many facts which show an extraordinarily place in itself. Within the short compass of 18 verses, it gives a valuable mystical description of the Atma, a description of the ideal sage which stands wonderful in the midst of temptations and sorrows, and admiration of the doctrine of Karma Yoga as a way formulated. The most valuable idea that lies at the root of the Upanishad is that of the logical synthesis between the two opposites of knowledge and work, which are both required according to the Upanishad to be attained in higher synthesis. In another place, he says that the poetry of the Upanishad is the coexistence of moral and mystical and metaphysical knowledge. From the brief description given to the closest Upanishad, one can see how difficult it is to translate this Upanishad in a vernacular language and bring out its exact meaning. Darshan translated it in Marathi, Kogi, Mitra, verse by verse, but as he did not comprehend the gist or essence of the Upanishad, he was not satisfied with his performance. On being dissatisfied, he consulted some learned men regarding his doubts and difficulties and discussed it with them at great length. They did not solve them, nor did they give him any rational and satisfactory explanation. So Darshan was a little restless over this matter. Sadhguru only competent and qualified to explain. As we have seen, this Upanishad is the quiet essence of the Vedas. It is the science of self-realization. It is the strength or weapon which can rid us of the bondage of life and death and make us free. Therefore, we thought that he who has himself attained self-realization can only give you the true or correct explanation of the Upanishad. But nobody could satisfy the aspect of the installed to consult Sai Baba about this. When he got an opportunity to go to Shirdi, he saw Sai Baba prostrated himself before him and mentioned his difficulties about the Isha Upanishad and requested him to give the correct solution. Sai Baba blessed him and said, "You need not be anxious, there is no difficulty about the matter. The maid servant of Kaka will solve your doubts and when are they on your way home." The people who were present there and heard this thought that Baba was joking and said, "How could a being trained maid servant solve difficulties of this distinct nature?" but Bhaskar thought otherwise. He was sure that whatever Baba spoke must come true, as Baba's words were equally of Brahma Davalveda. Akash made certain, fully believing Baba's words, he left Shirdi and came to Velmare and stayed with Aka's teacher. There, the next day, when Bhaskar was enjoying his morning nap, he heard a poor girl singing a beautiful song here below his door. The theme of the song was a crimson-colored sari, how nice it was, how fine was its embroidery, how beautiful were its borders, etc. He liked the song so much that he came out and saw that it was being sung by a young girl, the sister of Namya, who was a servant of Akasan. The girl was cleaning vessels and had only a torn rag on her person. On seeing an improvised condition and a happy temperament, Bhaskar felt pity for her, and when Rao Bahadur Pradhan gave him a pair of rollers the next day, he requested him to give a sari to the poor needy girl. Rao Bahadur got a good chilly sari and presented it to her. Like a starved person getting delicious dishes to eat, a joy of new romance. Next day she wore the new sari and out of great joy and merriment, whirled and danced around and played Fugadi with other girls. The following day she kept the new sari in her box before taking old and torn rags, but she looked as merry as she was the previous night. On seeing this, Bhaskar's pity transformed into admiration. He thought that the girl being poor had to wear a torn rag, but now she had a new sari which she kept in reserve, and putting on the old rag, strutted herself, showing no trace of sorrow or rejection. Thus he realized that all her feelings of pain and pleasure depend upon the attitude of her mind. On thinking deeply about this incident, he realized that the man wanted to enjoy whatever God has bestowed on him, in the firm conviction that he desires everything from all sides, and that whatever is bestowed on him by God must be for his good. In this particular case, the improvised condition of the poor girl, the poor bride and her sari, the Domi and the deed were all parts of the God and created by him. Here, Bhaskar got a practical demonstration of the lesson of the Upanishad, the lesson of contentment which holds God, with the belief that whatever happens is ordained by God and is ultimately good for us. Unique method of teaching. From the above incident, the reader will see that Baba's method was unique and varied. With Baba joined Shirdi, sent some to Chitara, some to Kolhapur and Solapur for practicing sadhanas, to some he appeared in his usual form, to some he appeared in waking or dream states day or night and satisfied their desires. It is impossible to describe all the methods that Baba used in imparting instructions to his bhaktas. In this particular case, he sent Bhaskar to Vile Pavle, where he got his problem solved through the maid servant. To those who say it was not necessary to send Bhaskar to Baba could have personally found him. He said that Baba followed the whole discourse on how else could Bhaskar learn a great lesson that the poor maid servant and her sari were created by the Lord. Now we close the chapter with another beautiful extract about this definition. Ethics of Isha. One of the main features of Isha is the ethical advice it offers, and it is interesting to note that the ethics of definition are definitely based on the metaphysical definition of human life. The very opening words of Upanishad tells us that God creates everything. As a corollary from his metaphysical position, the ethical advice it offers is that man ought to enjoy whatever God bestows on him. Firm belief that as he creates everything, whatever is bestowed on him by God must be good. It follows naturally that the Upanishad forbids us from coveting another man's property. In fact, we are frequently taught here the lesson of contentment once again in the belief that whatever happens is divinely ordained, and hence it is good for us. Another moral advice is that man must spend his lifetime always doing actions, specifically the karmas enjoyed in his astras, with resignation to his will. Inactivity, according to this Upanishad, will be a canker of the soul. It is only when a man spends his lifetime doing actions in this manner that he can hope to attain the ideal of Nishkarya. Finally, the text goes on to say that a man who sees all beings in the self and sees the self as existing in all beings, in fact, for whom all beings and everything that exists have become the self, how can
such a man suffer infatuation? What ground would such a man have for grief? Youthfulness, infatuation, and grief really proceed from our not being able to see the unknown in all things. But a man who realizes the oneness of all things, for whom everything has become the self, must ipso facto cease to be affected by the common foibles of humanity. Both suicide is weak.
మనసు శాంతి పొందడంలో పుస్తక జ్ఞానం అభివృద్ధి మీ దృష్టి వలన మీ మహత్తరమైన మాటల వల్ల శాంతి ప్రసాదించలేదు అందుకే నేను ఇక్కడికి వచ్చింది కావున నా దాక్షిణ్యం చూడండి నన్ను ఆశీర్వదించమని అప్పుడు బాబా ఒక నీటి కథ ఈ విధంగా చెప్పాడు నవవిధ భక్తి ఇది నిందలు గుర్రపు లక్ష్మీ కదా ఒకనాడు వర్తకుడు కొడుకు వచ్చాడు అక్కడి నుంచి ఒక ఆడపురము గడ్డి వేశాడు అది కింద ముందరగా పడింది చిన్న ఆ వర్తకుడు పంచుకుని సాక్షి 9 ముక్కలను సందులో పెట్టుకున్నాడు ఇట్లు అక్కడ shop is not able to describe it fully. The devotees also cannot know, but only look at the form of the Lord, for they know that his feet are their easy refuge. They know no other method of attaining the supreme goal of life except meditating on the holy feet. Hemant suggests an easy way of devotion and meditation as follows. As the dark fortnight of every month wears out gradually, the moonlight also wanes in the same degree, and on the new moon day, you do not see the moon at all. Therefore, when the bright fortnight begins, people are very anxious to see the moon. On the first day of the moon is not seen, and on the second day she emerges as a thin crescent. Then the people are asked to see the moon through the opening between the two branches of the tree, and when they begin to see through this aperture eagerly, the distant small crescent of the moon comes to their sight. Following this instance, let us see Baba's form. Look at Baba's posture. How fine it is. He is sitting with his legs folded, the right leg held across the left knee. The fingers of his left hand are spread on the right foot. On the toe are spread his two fingers, the index and the middle ones. By this posture, Baba seems to say, if you want to see my true form, be egoless and most humble, and meditate on my toe through the opening between the index and middle fingers. And then you will be able to see my light. Now let us turn to Baba's light. Shirdi had become a place of pilgrimage on account of Baba's stay there. People from all quarters began to flock there, and both the rich and the poor began to be benefited in more ways than one. Who can describe Baba's boundless love and his wonderful knowledge and his all-pervasive mercy? Blessed is he who could experience these. Sometimes Baba is in a long silence, which was in a way his dissertation on Brahman. At other times he was pure consciousness, bliss incarnate, surrounded by his devotees. Sometimes he spoke in parables, and at other times indulged in wit and humor. At times he was quite calm, and at times he seemed enraged. Sometimes he gave his teachings in a nutshell. At other times, he argued at length. Many a time he was very direct. In this way, he gave varied instructions to many, according to their requirements. His life was therefore inscrutable, beyond the ken of our mind, intellect, and speech. Our longing to see his face, to talk with him, and hear his leelas was never satisfied. Still, we were overflowing with joy. We can gauge the showers of rain, capture the wind in a leather bag, but who can measure his leelas? Now, we deal here with one aspect of that. How he anticipated or forestalled the calamities of his devotees and warned them in time. Baba Sahib Milpitas. Baba Sahib Milpitas, son of Sardar Kaka Sahib Milpitas, was Mamlatdar of Kokola. He was going on tour to Chitali. On the way, he came to Shirdi to see Sai Baba. When he went to the masjid and prostrated himself before Baba, the usual conversation regarding health and other matters commenced, when Baba sounded a note of warning. Do you know our Dwarka Mai? As Baba Sahib did not understand, he kept quiet. Baba continued. This is our Dwarka Mai, where you are sitting. She wards off all dangers and anxieties of the children who sit on her lap. This Masjid Mai is very merciful. She is the merciful mother of the simple devotees, whom she will save in the calamities. Once the person sits on her lap, all his troubles are over. He who rests in her shade gets bliss. Then Baba gave him a leap and placed his hand on his head. When Baba Sahib was about to depart, he again said, do you know the Lamba Baba, long gentleman, the serpent? And then, closing the left fist, he brought it under the right elbow, and moving his left arm at the foot of the serpent, said, he is so terrible, but what can he do to the children of Dwarkamai? When the Dwarkamai protects, what can the serpent do? All who were present there were curious to know the meaning of all this, and its reference miracles, but none had the courage to ask Baba about this. Then Baba Sahib saluted Baba and left the masjid with Shama. Baba called Shama back and asked him to accompany Baba Sahib and enjoy the pilgrimage. Shama came to Baba Sahib and told him that he would go with him, according to Baba's wish. Baba Sahib replied that he need not come, as it would be inconvenient. Shama returned to Baba and told him what Baba Sahib said to him. Baba said, "All right, do not go. We should mean well and do well. Whatever is destined to happen will happen." In the meanwhile, Baba Sahib thought it over again, and calling Shama, asked him to accompany him. Then Shama went again to Baba, and after taking his leave, started with Baba Sahib to the Tonga. They reached Chitali at 9 p.m. and encamped in the Maruti temple. The office people had not come, so they sat in the temple, talking and chit-chatting. Baba Sahib was sitting on a mat reading a newspaper. His uparani, upper burko, was spread across his waist, and on it a snake was sitting unnoticed. It began to move with a hissing sound, which was heard by the pier. He brought a lantern, saw the snake, and raised an alarm. "Serpent, serpent!" Baba Sahib was frightened and began to quiver. Shama was also stunned. Then he and others moved quietly and took sticks and clubs in their hands. The snake slowly came down the waist and moved away from Baba Sahib, and it was immediately done to death. Thus, this calamity, which was prophesied by Baba, was averted, and Baba Sahib's devotion in Baba was confirmed. Baba Sahib continued. The great astrologer named Nana Sahib Pingway told Baba Sahib who was then in Shirdi, "Today is an auspicious day for you. There is danger to your life." This made Baba Sahib restless. When they, as usual, came to Masjid, Baba said to Baba Sahib, "What does this Nana say? He foretells death for you? Well, you need not be afraid. Tell him, let us see how death kills." Then, later in the evening, Baba Sahib went to his place for eating himself. There he saw a snake. His servant saw it and lifted a stone to strike at it. Baba Sahib asked him to get a big stick, but before the servant returned with the stick, the snake was seen moving away and soon disappeared. Baba Sahib remembered Baba's words of fearlessness. Amir Shakar. Amir Shakar was a native of the village Korhalik in Kopalam Taluka. He belonged to the butcher caste. He worked as a commission agent in Bandra and was well known there. He once suffered from rheumatism, which gave him much pain. He then remembered Allah, left his business and went to Shirdi and prayed to Baba to relieve him from his malady. Baba then stationed him in the Chowdi. The Chowdi was then a damp, unhealthy place, unfit for such a patient. Any other patient in the village or Korhalik itself would have been better for Amir. But Baba's word was the command, the chief medicine. Baba did not allow him to come to the masjid, but fixed him in the Chowdi every morning and evening. Every alternate day, Baba went to the Chowdi in a procession and slept there. So Amir got Baba's contact very often. Amir stayed there for full 9 months and then decided to discuss for the place. So one night, he stealthily left the place and came to Kopalam and stayed in the Dharmashala. There he saw an old dying fakir who asked him for water. Amir brought it and gave it to him. As soon as he drank it, he passed away. Now Amir was in a fix. He thought that if he went and informed the authorities, he would be held responsible for the death, as he was the first and sole informant and knew something about it. He repented for his action, leaving Shirdi without Baba's permission and prayed to Baba. He then determined to return to Shirdi, and same night he retreated, remembering and muttering Baba's name all the way, and reached Shirdi before daybreak, and became free from anxiety. Then he lived in a Chowdi in perfect accordance with Baba's wishes and orders, and got himself cured. One night it so happened that Baba cried at night, "Oh Apu, Some devilish creature is dashing against the side of my bed. Abdul came with the lamp and examined Baba's bed, and I found nothing. Baba asked him to examine carefully all the place and began to strike the ground with his scepter. Seeing this evil of Baba, Amir thought that Baba might have suspected some serpent. Amir could know by close contact with Baba the meaning of his words and actions. Baba then saw near Amir's cushion something moving. He asked Abdul to bring in the light, and when he got it, he saw the serpent point up there, moving its head up and down. Thereupon the serpent was immediately beaten to death. Thus, Baba gave timely warning and saved Amir's life. Scorpion and serpent. At Baba's recommendation, Kaka Association was daily reading the 2 works of Sri Eknath Maharaj, Bhagavad and Avarta Ramayana, and Himatan had the good fortune to be one of the audience when the reading of the works was going on. Once, when a portion from the Ramayana relating to Hanuman's testing Rama's greatness according to his mother's instructions was being read, all the listeners were spellbound. Himatan was one of them. A big scorpion, none knew where it came from, jumped and sat on the right shoulder of Himatan, on his Purani. First it was not noticed, but as the Lord protects those who are intent on hearing his stories, he casually cast his arms over his right shoulder and noticed it. It was dead silence, not a bit moving here or there. It seemed as if it also enjoyed the reading, and by the Lord's grace, Himatan, without disturbing the audience, took the 2 ends of his burqa, folded them and rubbed them together, enclosing a scorpion within. Then he went out the children's garden. On other occasion, some persons were sitting in the upper floor of Akasad's garden just before nightfall. Then when a serpent crept through a hole in the window frame and sat Koila. The light was brought, though it was first dazzled, yet it sat still and moved its head up and down. Then many persons rushed there with sticks and cudgels. But as it sat in an awkward place, no blow could be dealt. But hearing the noises of men, the serpent went out hastily through the same hole. Then all the persons present there fell to the relieved. Baba's opinion. One devotee named Multaram then said that it was good that the poor creature escaped. Himatan challenged him, saying that serpents should better be killed. There was a hot discussion between them. The former contending that serpents and such creatures should not be killed, the latter that they should be. As night came on, the discussion came to an end without any decision being arrived at. Next day, the question was put to Baba, who gave his settled opinion as follows. God lives in all beings and creatures, whether they be serpents or scorpions. He is the great wide ruler of the world, and all beings, serpents, scorpions, etc., obey his command. Unless he wills it, nobody can do any harm to others. The world is all dependent on him, and no one is independent. So we should take pity and love all creatures, leave off killings, and be patient. The Lord is the protector of all. God to Shirdi Sai, peace be to all.
Chapter 23. Yoga and Onion. Shama cured of snake bite. Cholera, ordinance broken, and ordeal of Guru Bhakti. Preliminary. In reality, the 5 transcends the 3 qualities, namely sattva, rajas, and tamas. And being deluded by Maya, he forgets his nature, which is pure consciousness, knowledge bliss, and thinks that he is the Lord and thus entangles himself in endless mysteries and does not know the way of deliverance. The only way of deliverance is loving devotion towards the Guru's feet. The great player or actor, Lord Sai, has delighted his bhaktas and transformed them into himself. His nature. We regard Sai Baba as the incarnation of God for reasons already stated, but he always said that he was an obedient servant of God. Though an incarnation, he showed people the way to behave satisfactorily and carry out the duties of their respective stations in life. He never even emulated others in any way, nor asked others to have something done for him. For him, who saw the God in all movable and immovable things of this world, humility was the virtue. None he disregarded and disrespected, for he saw Narayan in all beings. He never said, I am God, but that he was a humble servant, and he always remembered him and always uttered Allah Malik. We do not know the various kinds of saints, how they behave, what they do, etc. We only know that by God's grace, they manifest themselves in this world to liberate the ignorant and bound souls. If there be any store of merits in our account, we get desire or interest in listening to the stories and leelas of the saints. Otherwise not. Let us now turn to the main stories of this chapter. Yoga and harmony. Once it so happened, a Sattvic yoga came to Shirdi with Darshan. He had studied all the works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutras and Patanjali, but had no practical experience. He could not concentrate his mind and attain samadhi, even for a short time. He thought that if Sai Baba was pleased with him, he would show him the way to attain samadhi for a longer time. With this object in view, he came to Shirdi, and when he went to the masjid, he saw Sai Baba eating chapati with onion. On seeing this, a thought crossed his mind. How can this man, eating a stale bread with raw onion, solve my difficulties and help me? Sai Baba read his mind and said to Nana Sahib, O Nana, he who has the power to light his heart should eat and none else. Hearing this remark, the yogi was wonderstruck and he fell at Baba's feet with complete surrender. With a clear and open mind, he asked his difficulties and got his solution from God. Thus, being satisfied and happy, he left Shirdi with Baba's belief and blessings. Shama cured of snake bite. Before Imamat begins the story, he says that the jiva, that it can be very good compared with the parrot, and that they both are bound, the one in the body and the other in a cage. Both think that their present beyond state is good for them. It is only when an elder, that is the Guru, comes and by God's grace open their eyes, liberates them from their bondage, that their eyes are opened to a greater and larger life, compared to which their former bound and limited life is nothing. In the last chapter, it was shown how Baba anticipated calamity and that was to befall our Mr. Burger and rescued him from it. Now let the readers hear the story of more interesting language. Once, Shama was bitten by a poisonous snake. His little finger was bitten and the poison reacted right in the body. The brain was so severe, Shama thought he would cancel it. His friends found him broken to the heart and go where such cases were often sent. Shama ran to the masjid to knock the door. When Baba saw him, he began to scold and abuse. He got enraged and said, "Oh, why, Vatuntia, do not climb up. Beware if you do so." And then, Lord, go, get away, come down. Seeing that Baba thus red and warm, whereat Shama was greatly disappointed. He thought that the masjid was his home and Sai Baba his sole refuge. But if he was driven away like this, where should he go? He lost all hopes of life and kept silent. After a while, when Baba became marble and calm, Shama went up and sat near him. Then Baba said to him, "Don't be afraid. Don't care a joke. The merciful Kaki will say, go and sit quiet at home. Don't go out. Believe in me and remain fearless and have no anxiety. Then he was sent home. Immediately afterwards, Baba sent Tatya Patel and Kaka Sahib Dixit to him with instructions to the effect that he should eat what he liked, should move around in the house, but should in no case lie down and sleep. Needless to say that these instructions were acted upon, and Shama got all right in a short time. The only thing to be remembered in this connection is this: the words of Baba were not to address Shama as it appeared to apparently do, but they were a direct order to the snake and its poison not to rise up and circulate through Shama's body. Let others well versed in Mantrakshara, he had not to use any information, charged rice or water, etc. His words only were most efficacious in saving the life of Shama. Anyone hearing the story and other similar parts will begin firm faith in the feet of Sai Baba, and the only way to cross the ocean of Maya is to remember the feet of Baba in the heart. Cholera epidemic. Once cholera was raging brilliantly, the residents were much frightened and they stopped all communications with the outside people. The bunch of the village assembled together and decided upon two ordinances as a remedy to check and put down the epidemic. They were: no fuel carts should be allowed to come into the village, and no goat should be killed there. If anybody disobeyed these ordinances, they were to be fined by the village authorities and punished. Baba knew that all this and was mere superstition, and therefore he cared a damn for the Mala ordinance. While the ordinances were enforced, the fuel cart came there and wanted to enter the village. Everybody knew that there was death or scarcity, dirt or scarcity of fuel in the village. Still, the people didn't drive away the fuel cart. Baba came to notice. He came to the spot and asked the carpenter to take the fuel cart to the masjid. None dared raise his voice against the action of Baba. He wanted the fuel for his building, and he purchased it, like an Agni-Murti, keeping the sacred fire alive throughout his life. Baba kept his building ever burning all day and night, and for this he always talked of it. Baba's home, that is the masjid, was free and open to all. It had no lock or key, and some poor people removed some wood from there for their use. Baba did not trouble the world. Baba saw that the whole universe was created by the Almighty, and so he never owed anything or evil to anybody. Though perfectly detached, he behaved like an ordinary householder to set an example for the people. Audience of Guru. Let us now see the second part of the ordinance, paired with Baba. While it was enforced, somebody brought a goat to the masjid. It was weak, old, and about to die. At this time, Rakib killed on of Malik Khan, whereas Bade Baba was near. Sai Baba asked him to give it with one stroke and offer it as an oblation. The Bade Baba was much respected by Sai Baba. He always sat on the right side of Sai Baba. After the children was first smoked by him, it was offered to Baba and others. After the dishes were served, at the time of taking meals and food, Baba called Bade Baba and made him sit with his left side, and then all partook of food. Baba paid him also daily ₹50 out of the amount allocated as Darshana. Baba accompanied him 100 steps whenever he went away from the masjid. Such was his position with Baba. But when Baba asked him to behead the goat, he flatly refused, saying, why it should be killed for nothing. Then Baba asked Shama to kill it. He went to Radha Krishna Mai and brought a knife from her and placed it before Baba. Knowing the purpose for which the knife was taken, she recalled it. Then Shama went to get another knife, but stayed in the water and did not return soon. Then came the turn of Kaka Sahib Dixit. He was bold, not doubt, but had to be tested. Not doubt, but it had to be tested. Baba asked him to get the knife and kill the goat. He went to Sakesh's water and returned with the knife. He was ready to kill him at Baba's bidding. He was born in a pure Brahmin family and never in his life misliving. Though quite averse to do any of violence, still he made himself bold to kill the goat. All the people wondered to see that while Bade Baba Indian was unwilling to kill it, but the Brahmin was making preparations to do so. He tightened his daughter and with a semicircular motion raised his hand with the knife and looked at Baba for the final signal. Baba said, "What are you thinking of? Go on, strike." And then when the hand was just about to come down, Baba said, "Stop now. Do what you are. Being a Brahmin, you are getting a go." Baba Sahib obeyed and kept the knife down and said to Baba, "Your word is law unto us. We do not know any other ordinance. We remember you always. Meditate on your feet and obey you day and night. We do not know or consider whether it is right or wrong to take. We do not want to listen or discuss things, but implicit and prompt compliance with Guru's orders is our duty and dharma." Then Baba said to Kaka Sahib that he would himself do the offering and killing. It was settled that the goat should be disposed of near a place called Takia, where Fakis used to sit. Then, when the goat was being taken to the place, it fell dead on the way. Hemant Pant closes this chapter with the classification of disciples. He says there are three kinds: first or best, second or average, and third or ordinary. The best kind of disciples are those who guess what their gurus want and immediately carry it out and serve them, without waiting for an order from them. The average disciples are those who carry out the orders of their masters to the letter without any delay. And the third kind of disciples are those who go on postponing the carrying out of their order and make their mistakes at every step. The disciples should have firm faith, backed by intelligence, and if they add patience to these, their spiritual goal will not be distant. Control of breath, ignoring and ingoing or outgoing, or hatha yoga or other difficult practices are not at all necessary. When the disciples get the above mentioned qualities, they become ready for further instructions, and the masters then appear and lead them on in their spiritual path to perfection. In the next chapter, we deal with Baba's interesting wit and humor. Bhavani Shri Sai, please speak to all.
approached the subject matter, everybody began to say something or the other as to how the grains found their way into the sleep and watched their soul. Here also yes, where nobody could give any sense of explanation in this
I want cards because I have all the cards at my house.
Today is bazaar day. Today is a bazaar day. We came and short crowds. I know this habit and these crowds are full. All is there in this habit. Baba, I never know any. Sorry, Baba, I never know any bigger than. Shoulder is I never yet seen children. I never went to the bazaar. I could have been playgrounds. How could I eat if not if I had not gone? I never eat anything from this share. Sit down. Baba said, it's true that you give the person's presents, but if you sit nearby, what will you do? You remember me before you eat? Am I not always with you? Then you not me anything before you eat? Let us not forget what Baba has taught us by this example. He has advised us that the four senses of mind, beauty, and enjoy the senses. First, we should give honor. And for this we do, it is immortal by making an offering of food. The senses, once again, can never remain the same objects, but with those objects of personal the attachment for them will gradually diminish. In this way, all the rules, safeguards regarding desire, anger, avarice, etc., should be offered and directed to the Lord. And in this practice, the Lord will help all the rules. But before enjoyment of the objects, you think Baba expressed the question whether the object is meant to be enjoyed or not with an answer. Then, the object is not fit to be enjoyed. They will shun, and in this way, our precious love for the Guru will grow, and pure knowledge will spread. When this knowledge grows, the knowledge of moral consciousness, the other body, will snap, and our intellect will emerge in spirit consciousness. We are the spirit. Then we shall get this and content it. There is no difference between Guru and God. He who sees any difference in them finds God more. So leaving aside all the ideas of difference, we should love Guru and God as one. And if we serve our Guru as Savior, God will be certainly pleased, and we find our minds will give us self-realization. To put the matter in a nutshell, we should not enjoy any object without our senses. We should not enjoy any object with our senses. That's it. Without first remembering our Guru. When the mind is trained in this way, we will always be reminded of God, and our limitations will grow apace. The second form of love is ever be before our eyes, and then devotion, attachment, and salvation will all be ours. When Baba's forms thus fixed before our mental vision, we forget hunger, thirst, and disease. The word, the consciousness of holy pleasures will disappear, and our mind shall attain peace and happiness. Sulama story. When Baba's story was being narrated, Hemant was reminded of the simple story of Sulama, which illustrates the same principle, and therefore it is given here. Shri Krishna and his idea of Baba were willing to the poor student named Sulama in the ashram of their Guru Sangha. Once Krishna and Balaram were sent to the forest for eating food. Then the wife of Sangha sent Sulama also to the same purpose, with some quantity of grass for free. When Krishna and Swami first he said, Baba, I want water as I am thirsty. Swami replied, no water should be drunk on an empty stomach. So it is better to ask the wife. He did not say that he had grants with him and that Krishna should take some. As Krishna was tired, he lay down to rest on the lap of Sulama and was still snoring. On seeing this, Krishna suddenly asked him, Dada, what are you eating? What is this chitty-chatty sound? He replied, what is there to eat? I'm shivering with cold and my teeth are chattering. I can't even repeat Vishnu Sahasranam. Hearing this, the omniscient Krishna said, I just had a dream. You just saw a man eating things of another, and when asked about this, he said, what thus should I eat? Meaning, thereby, that he had nothing to eat. The other man said,
soon cooled down. He left the circle and resumed his seat. From this time onward, the devotees took the lesson that they should not meddle with anyone, but allow him to serve Baba as he chooses, as he was capable to watch the merits and good in service rendered unto him. Satush, Sainam.
Chapter 25. We begin this chapter with a prostration with all our 8 limbs to Shirdi Sai Baba, who is in ocean of mercy, the God incarnate, the Parabrahma, and the great Yogeshwara, Lord of Yoga. Victory be unto Sai Baba, who is the blessed jewel of the saints, and abode of all auspicious things, and Atmaran self, and the sole refuge of the devotees. We first pray that ourselves before him, who has attained the aim and end of life. Sai Baba is always full of mercy. What is wanted on our part is the wholehearted devotion to him. When a devotee has got firm faith and devotion, his wishes are soon fulfilled. When the desire arose in the mind of Hema to write the life and leelas of Shiva, Sai Baba, he immediately got it written by him. When the order to keep the memos was given, Hema was inspired and his intellect got strengthened and boldness to undertake and finish the work. He was not as he says, qualified to write the work, but the gracious blessings of Baba enabled him to complete the undertaking, and thus you have this Sai Charitra, which is citron or a somakant jewel from which nectar in the form of Sai glass oozes out for the reader during their heart's content. Whenever a devotee has complete and wholehearted devotion to Sai Baba, all his calamities and dangers were warded off and his welfare attended to by Baba. The story of Damur Salvaram Rasane Kasar Amerikar, now of Puna, alias Damu Anna, illustrating the above statements, is given in the book. Damu Anna. The readers are aware that a mention of this gentleman was made in the 6th chapter regarding to the celebration of Ram Navami festival in Shirdi. He went to Shirdi about the year 1895-80 when Ram Navami Utsav, this celebration began, and since that time he has been providing an ornamental flag for that occasion every year. He also feeds the poor and the fakirs who come there for the festival. His speculations were caught in trading. A Mumbai friend of Dam Panna wrote to him that they should do some cotton speculation business in partnership, which would bring them about 2 lakhs of rupees as profit. Damurna says in his statement made about the year 1936 to Mr. B.V. Narasimha Swami that the proposal of speculating at Mumbai and cotton was from a broker who was not supposed to be a partner, that he was to be the sole adventure. By P75 of the devotees' experiences part 2. The broker wrote Shirdi should not be lost. Gamu unravels evacuated massively. He could not at once determine to venture into the speculation. He thought over this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, he wrote a detailed letter over this, and as he was a devotee of Baba, and to Shama, giving all the facts and requesting him to consult Baba and take his advice in the matter. Shama got the letter the next day, and when he went with it at noon to the masjid and placed it before Baba, he went with it and he asked Shama what the matter was and what the letter was about. He replied that Ramana and Nala wanted to consult him about something. When Baba asked, what does he write and what does he plan? See that he wants to reach the sky and he is not content with what God has given him in his letter. Rama then said, the letter contains what you have just said. O Deva, you sit here calm and compose and agitate devotees when they get restless. You brought them here, some in person and others through letters. If you know the contents of the letters, why do you press them easily? Baba said, oh Shama, read it. The speaker ran them and who believes me? Then Shama read the letter and Baba heard it attentively and said, feelingly, the shade, Gaumana has one man, write to him in reply that nothing is wanting in his house. Let him be content with the half loaf of bread he has and not bother himself about life. Shama sent the reply which Gaumana was anxiously waiting for. After reading it, he found that all his hopes and prospects about lakhs of rupees, as he found that all were dashed to them. He thought that he had done a mistake by consulting them. But as Shama had hinted in the reply that there was always much difference in seeing and hearing him, that therefore he should come to Shirdi personally and see Baba. He thought, therefore, he should come to Shirdi. He thought it was advisable to go to Shirdi and consult Baba personally about the affair. So he went to Shirdi, he saw Baba, persuaded himself before him, and sat shamefully his life. He had no courage to ask Baba openly about the speculation, but he thought in his mind that it would be better if some share in the business would be assigned to Baba, and said in his mind that if Baba were to help him in his transaction, he would surrender some of his share of profits to him. Baba was thus thinking secretly in his mind that nothing was wheeled from Baba. Everything, past, present, and future, were clear to him. Child wants sweet, but his mother gave bitter pills. Warmers spoil his health, while the latter improve it. So the mother, looking to the welfare of her infant, goes and gives bitter pills. Baba, kind mother as he was, knew the present and future prospects of his devotees, and therefore, reading Rama Varma's mind, he openly spoke to him. Babu, I do not want to see you entangled in any such worldly things, sharing profits. On seeing Baba's disapproval, Rama Varma dropped the enterprise. Grain dealing. Then he thought of trading in rice, wheat, and other grains. Baba read this thought also and said to him, "You will be buying at 5 years and selling at 7 years a rupee." So this business was also given up. Rising prices of grains was kept up for some time, and Baba's prophecy seems to be falsified. But in a month or two, there was abundant rain everywhere, and the devices suddenly fell down and therefore those who stored grains suffered severe losses. Kamorna was saved from this fate. Needless to say that the current speculation, which was conducted from the broker to the help from the other merchant, also would collapse with severe loss to the adventurers. After seeing that Baba had saved him from two severe losses in cotton and grain speculations, Amrita's faith in Baba grew stronger and he made true devotee of Baba until his passing away. Amrita, Bangalore. Once a parcel of about 300 good mangoes was received at Shirdi. It was sent from Goa by one Mamadar named Raleigh to Sri Baba in the name of Shama. When it was opened, all the mangoes were found to be in a good condition. They were given on Shama's charge and only 4 were retained and placed in the columba pot by Baba. He said, "These 4 fruits are from Gamarna. Let them lie there." This Gamarna had 3 wives. According to the statement mentioned about him, he had not 3 but 2 wives only. He had no issue. He consulted many astrologers and himself studied astrology to some extent and found that as there was a poppy, inauspicious planet in his horoscope, there was no prospect of any issue to him in his life. But he had great faith in Baba. When he went to Shirdi, 2 hours after the recit of the mango parcel, worshiping Baba, he said, "Go tell other people are looking for the mangoes, their dominoes. He whose they are should eat them." On hearing these words, was first shocked, but on Mama's softly, a Shirdi devotee, explaining it to him that death of the eagle, to have it at the Baba's feet was a blessing. Amana said that he could accept the fruits and eat, but Baba said to him, "No, do not eat yourself, but give them to your younger wife." Amrit Leela, Mango Miracle, and 4 mangoes, but gave him 4 sons and 4 daughters. This was good, and in due course it was found Baba's words turned out true in the eyes of the astrologers. Baba's speech established his efficacy or greatness while he was living in the flesh, but it did the same even after his passing away. Baba said, "Believe me, though I pass away, my bones in my palm will be speaking, moving, and communicating with those who would surrender themselves wholeheartedly to me. Do not be anxious that I will be absent from you. You will hear my bones speaking and discussing their welfare. But remember me always, believe in me, heart and soul, and then you will be most benefited." Praise. Hemon closes this chapter with a prayer. O Sai Sadguru, the wish of fulfilling tree of Bhaktas, we pray, let us never forget and lose sight of the deed. We have been fighting with the in and outs, births and deaths in the samsara. Now free us from the cycle of birth and death. Restrain us from the outgoing of our senses to their objects and inwards, and bring us face to face with the object of suffering. As long as this outgoing tendency of the senses and the mind is not checked, there is no prospect of self-realization. Neither son, nor wife, nor friend will be any use in your life. It is only you who will give us salvation and grace. Destroy completely our tendency for discussions, other evil matters. Let our tongue bear passion for chances and drag out our thoughts and make us forget our bodies, do away with children who managed to live happily in their life. That let us drink the nectar of the redeemed and awaken us from our slumber is due to the grace and mercy of past. Note, in this connection, the following extract from Dhamma's statement mention the boy is worth page 76. Once, when I sat at his feet, along with many others, I had two questions on my mind. He gave answers to them. One, there is only crowding to Sai Baba. Do they all get benefit from him? To this, he replied orally. What is the matter with the rest? If all the flowers become fruit, what splendid profit will be? But do they? Most fall off, either as flowers or as unripe fruits, by wind, etc. Very few remain. The second question was about money. If Baba were to pass away, how hopelessly adrift I would be, and how am I to get it? To this, Baba answered that he would be with me whenever and wherever I thought of. That promise he had kept up for 1918 and has keeping up until 1980. He's still with me. He is still guiding me. This was about 1910 to 1911 when brothers separated me and my sister died, and there was a theft and bullying and violence. All these incidents made me very disturbed. When my sister died, my mind was much upset. I did not care for life and its wants. When I went to Baba, he pacified me with his English and made me eat a piece of puran puri and appa Kulkarni's house. There was a theft in my house. A 30-year-old friend of mine stole my wife's jewel box, including her auspicious rosary. I went before Baba's photo. The next day, the man returned the jewel box and asked for pardon. Over Shirdi Sai, peace be to him.
Chapter 26. All the things that we see in the universe are nothing but a ray of fire, the creative power of God. These things do not really exist. What really exists is the absent. Just as we mistake a room or a garden for sacred, on account of darkness, we also see that the phenomena, the things that as they offer the upward and not the movement, which otherwise also deserve peace. It is only the subway that opens the eyes of our understanding and enables us to see things in their true light and not as they appear. Let us therefore worship the subway and pray to him to give us the true vision, which is nothing but courage. Human has given us a noble form of worship. Let us, he says, use water in the form of tears of joy to wash separation. Let us be smeared his body with sandal paste of your love. Let us cover his body with the cloth of your faith. Let us offer 8 lotus in the form of our 8 sacred emotions and fruit in the form of our consecrated mind. Let us apply to his head the book of the black cloth in the form of devotion and tie the waist around the button and place our head on his feet. After decorating the subway with all the ornamentation of his face, let us offer ourselves to him and lay charm of devotion for him. After such bliss Sai Parivaar came, where he met many friends from the sheep. They all asked him to Shirdi expenses with the part of the ship. They all reached the place in the morning and went to masjid at around 11 a.m. On seeing the concourse of devotees assembled for Baba's worship, they were all pleased, but Khan suddenly got a fit and fell senseless. They were all frightened. Still they tried to do their best to revive his senses. With Baba's grace after sprinkling water over his head, he regained consciousness and sat upright as if he had just come out from sleep. The omniscient Baba, knowing that he was a disciple of another Baba, assured him and confirmed his faith in his own word and addressed him as follows. Come what may, we mother, stick to your own words, etc. That is good, and ever remain steady with me. Come at once knew the significance of this remark, and thus he was remarkable in soul. This kindness of God, he never forgot himself. There was urgency to learn him He had a son who suffered from leprosy. He tried many allopathic and Ayurvedic physicians, but there was no cure. There remained only one way remedy, that is, resorting to saints. It has been stated in chapter 15 that last week was in the middle of spiritual faith of Sai Baba in the Mumbai Western. Mr. Tikali had heard some of these statements in 1910 and learned from the Milpitas and others that Baba was touched and realized it for many incurable diseases. Then the desire arose in his mind to see Sai Baba. Making all preparations and taking offerings and food baskets, Mr. Tikali came to Shirdi for his wife and children. He then went to the masjid with them, prostrated before Baba, and placed his sick son on Baba's feet. No sooner did Baba see the child went outward, so unfold take comfort. The son immediately rolled all his eyes and fell back to senses. His mouth began to close, and his whole body began to perspire profusely, and it seemed as if he was breathing his last. Seeing this, the parents became very nervous and upset. The boy used to get such fits very often, but this fit seemed to persist long. Tears began to flow ceaselessly in the mother's eyes, and she began to wail. But her condition was like that of a person who was afraid the robbers ran into a house which collapsed on him. Or a cow fearing a tiger ran into the hands of the butcher. Or like a traveler being tormented by heat, suddenly to take refuge and retreat which was around. Or like a devout person going to worship which collapsed upon him. Baba comforted her, saying, "Don't wail like this. Wail with enough patience. Take the boy to your lodgings and you will come to senses within half an hour." They did as directed by Baba and found that his words came true. But Baba, as soon as he was taken to the water, the boy recovered and all the Pitali family brothers were happy, and all their doubts were settled. Then Mr. Pitali went with his wife to see Baba and prostrated himself before him very deeply respectfully, and sat shampooing his legs, and mentally thanking Baba for his kindness. While then smiling he said, "Come up, all your thoughts and doubts and apprehensions calm down now. Hari will protect you, who has got faith and patience." Mr. Pitali was a rich and well-to-do man, which extremely on large scale and on a good Baba, and calm. Mrs. Pitali was very wise in his simple, loving and she used to sit near the post, gazing at Baba with tears of joy flowing down from her eyes. Seeing her amicable and loving nature, Baba was much pleased with her. Like God, saints are always dependent on the devotees, who surrender and worship them with their heart and soul. After passing some happy days in Baba's home, the Pitali family came to masjid to take Baba's evening activity. Baba gave them beauty and blessings and all Mr. Pitali kissed him and said, "Baba, I have given you 2 rupees before. Now I give you 3. Please in your shrine and worship them and you will be benefited." Mr. Pitali accepted Mrs. Pasha and was taking himself again before Baba and prayed for his blessings. The thought arose in his mind that, as this was his first visit to Shirdi, how could he have? He could not understand what Baba meant when he said he could have given him 2 rupees please. He was curious
spirit of healing cultivated to your benefit. Hearing the remarks of Mother, Mr. Pitale was very much delighted. He came to know and was convinced that all about the stillness of Baba and the significance of his darshan. Then onwards, he became very careful about his conduct. Mr. Ambedkar. Mr. Gopal Narayan Ambedkar of Pune was a good hero. He served for 10 years in Ambari department in the Thane district and in Jammu state, from which he had to retire. He tried to get some other job, but he did not succeed. He was overtaken by other calamities and his condition moved from bad to worse. He passed 7 years in his condition, visiting Shirdi every year and raising his meetings with the Lama. In 1916, his wife became worse and he decided to commit suicide in Shirdi. So he came there with his wife and stayed there for 2 months. One night, by sitting in a bullock cart in front of the Shikara, he assaulted his wife by throwing himself into a hot ice. But Baba wished to do something else. A few paces from this place, there was a hotel, and its proprietor, Mr. Sabul, a devotee of Baba, came out and approached him thus. Did you ever read a book of Maharaj's life? Mr. Ambedkar took his book from Sabul and looked at it. Casually, or we may say confidentially, he came across a story that was specified. During the time of Ordinary suffered very much from incurable disease, and when he could no longer endure it, he became desperate and wanted to end his miseries through himself on mental yoga. Immediately, the Maharaj came out and took him out with his own hands and advised him thus: "You must let it fruit. Do not lack of your if it is in complete suicide or not. You have to take another birth piece of the year. So after killing yourself, why not settle for some time and get it up the fruit of your last week and become with it as a birth?" Greetings appropriate and deserved. Mr. Ambedkar was much surprised and had he not Baba's info story, he would have told him. On seeing Baba's listeners and language, his faith in him was confirmed and he began staunch with he became staunch with him. His father was the devotee of Baba Maharaj, and Sai Baba wanted him to take his father's footsteps and continue the religion. He then got Sai Baba's blessings and his prospects began to he studied astrology and gained proficiency in it, and thereby increased his knowledge. He was able to earn such a shaman and passed his later life in peace. Om Sai Ram, Chapter 27. Favor shown by giving Bhagavad and Vishnu Sahasranam, Dikshit's Vittal Vision, Gita Rahasya, Apardix. This chapter describes how Sai Baba favored his devotees by granting them religious books after he had touched and consecrated them for Parayan reading regularly and certain other matters. Preliminary. When a man takes a plunge into sea, he gets the merit of reading all the Gitas and sacred rivers. Similarly, when a man takes refuge at the feet of the Sadguru, he gets the merit of going to the Trinity, that is Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh, also called Brahma. Victory be unto Shirdi Sai, the wish-fulfilling tree, and the ocean of knowledge who gives us self-realization. O Sai, create in us reverence for your stories. Let the readers and audience reward them with the same relish with which the chatak bird drinks the water from the clouds and becomes happy. By listening to your stories, let them and their families get all the true and pious emotions. This let their bodies perspire, let their eyes be full of tears, let their breath be steady, let their minds be composed, let their hair stand on end, let them cry, sob and quiver, let their hostilities vanish. When these things happen, that is the sign of the grace of the Guru dawning upon them. When these emotions grow in you, the Guru is most pleased and will certainly lead you on the path of self-realization. The best way, therefore, to get free from the shackles of Maya is our complete and wholehearted surrender to Baba. The Vedas cannot take you across the ocean of Maya. It is only the Sadguru who can do so and make you see the God in all creation.
granting consecrated book. The various methods of imparting instructions followed by Baba has already been noted in the previous chapters. In this, we shall deal with one aspect of it. It was the habit of some devotees to take to Baba some religious books, of which they wanted to make a special study and receive the same back from him, after they were touched and consecrated by him. While reading such books daily, they felt that Baba was with them. One Kaka Mahajavi came to Shirdi with a copy of a Gandhi Bhagwan. Shama took this book to read in the bathroom. There, Baba took it from him, touched it, and turned it some pages here and there, gave it back to Shama, and asked him to keep it with him. When Shama said that it belonged to Kaka and had to be returned to him, no, replied Baba. As I have given it to you, you better keep it. It will be of use to you. In this way, many books were entrusted to Shama. Kaka Mahajavi, after a few days, came again with another copy of the same Bhagwan and gave it in Baba's hand. Then Baba gave it back as prasad and asked him to preserve it well and assured him that it would stand him in good stead. Kaka accepted it with reverence.
Shama and Vishnu Sahasranam. Shama was a very intimate devotee of Baba, and Baba wanted to favor him in a particular way by giving him a copy of Vishnu Sahasranam as prasad. This was done in the following way. Once a Ramadasi, follower of the saint Ramadas, came to Shirdi and stayed there for some time. The routine he followed daily was as follows. He got up early in the morning, washed his face, bathed, and then after wearing saffron-colored clothes and smelling himself with sacred ashes, read Vishnu Sahasranam, a book giving 1,000 names in praise of Vishnu, and held second in importance to Bhagavad Gita, an Adhyatma Ramayana, esoteric version of Rama's story with faith. He read these books very often. After some days, Baba thought of living and initiating Shama with Vishnu Sahasranam. He therefore called the Ramdas into him and said to him that he was suffering from intense stomach pain, and unless he took Sena called Sonamukhi, a mild purgative drug, that the pain would not stop, so he should please go to the bazaar market and bring the drug. Ramdas he closed his book and went to the bazaar. Then Baba came from his seat to Ramdas's place of reading and took out the copy of Vishnu Sahasranam, and after coming back to his seat said to Shama, Shama, this book is very valuable and efficacious, so I present it to you. You read it. Once I suffered intensely and my heart began to palpitate and my life was in danger. At that critical moment, I talked to this book to my heart, and then Shama, what a relief it gave me. I thought that Allah himself came down and saved me, so I give this to you. Read it slowly, little by little, read daily 1 week at least, and it will do you good. Shama replied that he did not want it and that the owner of the Ramdasi was a bad-tempered, obstinate, and irritable fellow who would certainly take up a quarrel with him. Besides being a rustic himself, he could not read distinctly the Sanskrit, Devanagari script, text of the book. Shama thought that Baba wanted to set him up against the Ramadasi by this act of his, but he had no idea what Baba felt for him. Baba must have thought to tie this next week a glass of Vishnu Sahasranam round the neck of Shama, as he was an intimate devotee, though a rustic, and thus saved him from the miseries of worldly existence. The efficiency of God's name is well known. It saves us from all sins and bad tendencies, frees us from the cycle of births and deaths. There is no easier sadhana than this. It is the best purifier of our mind. It requires no paraphernalia and no restrictions. It is so easy and so effective. This sadhana Baba wanted Shama to practice, though he did not pay for it. So Baba forced this on him. It is also reported that long ago, Eknath Maharaj similarly forced this Vishnu Sahasranam on a poor Brahmin neighbor and thus saved him. The reading and study of this Vishnu Sahasranam is a powerful way of purifying the mind, and hence Baba thrust this on his devotee Shama. The Ramdas returned soon with the Sena gods. Anna Chanchanika was with Darshan and wanted to play the part of Nara. The celestial Vishnu was well known for setting up confrontations between gods and demons and vice versa. Informed him of what has happened. The Ramdasi at once flared up. He gave points on Shama. He said that it was Shama who sent Baba to send him away under the pretext of stomach ache for bringing the medicine, and thus took away the book. He began to scold and abuse Shama and remarked that if the book was not returned, he would dash his head. Shama calmly demonstrated with him that he made Baba so calmly to him as follows. O Ramdas, what is the matter with you? Why are you so turbulent? Is not Shama our boy? Why you scolded him so quarrelsome? Can you not speak soft and tender words? You read the sacred books daily and still your mind is agitated and your passions uncontrolled. What sort of Ramdasi are you? You ought to be indifferent to all things. Is it not strange that you possess this book so strongly? A true Ramdasi should have no mamata attachment, but have someone like gravity to her soul. You are quarreling with Shama for a mere book. Go take your seat. Books can be had plenty with money. What's wrong to think well and be considerate. What worth is your book? Shama had no concern with it. I took it up myself and gave it to him. You know it by heart. I thought Shama might read it and benefit thereby, and so I gave it to him. How sweet were these words of Baba, soft, tender, and nectar-like. The effect was wonderful. The Ramdasi calmed down and said to Shama that he would take Pancharatri Gita in return. Shama was much pleased and said, buy one, I should give 10 copies in return. So the matter was ultimately settled. The question for consideration is why should the Ramdasi press for Pancharatri Gita, a book for which he never cared to know, and why should he, who read daily religious books in the market in front of Baba, quarrel with Shama before him? We do not know how to apportion the blame and whom to blame. We only say that had this incident not happened, the importance of the subject, the efficiency of God's name, and the significance of Vishnu's Sahasranam would not have been brought home to Shama. So we see that Baba's method of teaching and initiating was unique. In this case, Shama did gradually study the book and mastered its content to such an extent that he was able to explain it to Professor G.G. Narki, Emir of the College of Engineering, Pune, the son-in-law of Shriman Bhuti and a devotee of Baba. Picture vision. One day when Kaka Sahib Dikshit was in meditation after his morning bath in his vada at Shirdi, he saw a vision of Vittal. When he went to see Baba afterwards, Baba asked him, did Vittal Patil come? Did you not see him? He is very elusive. Hold him fast, otherwise he will give you the slip and run away. Then at noon, a certain hawker came there with 20 or 25 pictures of Vittal upon hardboard for sale. Mr. Dikshit was surprised to see that the form of Vittal he saw in his meditation exactly tallied with that in the picture, and he was also reminded of Baba's words. He therefore bought one picture most willingly and kept it in his shrine for worship. Gita Rahasya. Papa always loved those who studied Brahma Vidya, metaphysics, and encouraged them. To give an instance, once Babu Sahib Chok received a post parcel. It contained a copy of Gita Rahasya by Lokmanya Tilak. Taking it under his outfit, he came to the masjid and prostrated before Baba when the parcel fell at Baba's feet. Baba inquired what it was. It was opened then and there, and the book was placed in Baba's hand. He turned some pages here and there for a few minutes and took out a rupee from his pocket, placed it on the book, and handed the same with the rupee to Job and said to him, read this completely and you will be benefited. Mr. and Mrs. Kaparde. Let us close this chapter with a description of the Kapardes. Once Kaka Sahib Kaparde came with his family and lived in Shirdi for some months. The diary of his day has been published in English in the Shirdi Sai Parivaar magazine, 1 volume. Kaka Sahib was not an ordinary man. He was the affluent and the most famous advocate of Amaravati Virar and was a member of the Council of State Delhi. He was intelligent and a very good speaker. Still, he never opened his mouth before Baba. Most devotees spoke and argued with Baba off and on, but only 3, his Kapadi, Dhulkar and Bhutio, kept always silent. They were meek, modest, humble and good-natured. Kaka Sahib was able to expound Panchadashi, well-known Sanskrit treatise on the Advaita philosophy by the famous Vidyaranya. To others uttered no word when he came to the masjid before Baba. A man, however learned he may be, even in Vedas, states away before one who has realized Brahma and becomes one with it. Learning cannot stand before self-realization. Kaka Sahib stayed for 4 months, but Mrs. Kaparde stayed for 7. Both were highly pleased with the Shirdi stay. Mrs. Kaparde was faithful and devout and loved Baba deeply. Every noon she brought Naivedya herself to the masjid, and after it was accepted by Baba, she used to return and take her meals. On seeing her steady and firm devotion, Baba wanted to exhibit it to others. One noon she brought a dish containing sansa, wheat pudding, puris, rice, soup, and kheer, sweet rice, and other sundry articles to the masjid. Baba, who usually waited for hours, got up at once, went up to his seat, and removing the cover from the dish, began to partake of the things zealously. Shama then asked him, why this partiality? At times you throw out the dishes of others and do not care to look at them, but this appeals to you earnestly. Why is the dish brought by this lady so sweet? This intrigues us. Baba then explained, this food is really extraordinary. In former birth, this lady was a merchant's fat cow, yielding much milk. Then she disappeared and took birth in a gardener's family. Then in a Kshatriya family and married a merchant. Then she was born in a Brahmin family. I saw her after a very long time. Let me take some sweet monsters of love from her dish. After saying this, Baba did full justice to her dish, washed his mouth and hands, bent down as he was fully satisfied, and resumed his seat. Then she bowed down and began to shampoo Baba's legs, and he began to talk with her and meet her arms, which were shampooing his legs. On seeing this reciprocal service, Shama began to joke and said, "It is going on well. It is a wonderful sight to see God and his bhaktas serving each other." After being pleased with her sincere service, Baba asked her in low and fascinating tone to chant Raja Ram, then and always, and said, "If you do this, the life's object will be achieved, your mind will attain peace, and you will be immensely benefited." To persons unfamiliar with spiritual matters, this might appear as a polite gesture, but really it was not so. It was a case of what is technically called Shakti Part, that is transference of power from the Guru to the disciple. All left for Baba's words in an instant, it pierced her heart and remained there. This case illustrates the nature of the relations that should subsist between the Guru and the disciple. Both should love and serve each other as one. There is no distinction or any difference between them. Both are one and one cannot live without the other. The disciple placing his head at the Guru's feet is a gross or outward vision. Really and internally they are both one and the same. Those who see any difference between them are yet unripe and not perfect. Go to Shirdi Sai, peace with you all.
Chapter 28, Sparrows Brown to Shirdi. Lakshmi Chand, Garhanpur Mega, preliminary. Sai is not finite and limited. He dwells in all beings, from ants and insects to God Brahma. He pervades all. Sai was well versed in the knowledge of the Vedas as well as in the science of self-realization. As he was proficient in both these, he was well fitted to be the Sadguru. Anyone, though learned but not able to awaken the disciple and establish them in self-realization, does not deserve to be called Sadguru. Generally, the wording parents give birth to the body, but the death invariably follows life. But Sadguru does away with both life and death, so he is more kind and merciful than anybody. Sai Baba often said that, "Let his man devotee be at any distance, 1,000 kilometers away from him, he will be drawn to Shirdi like a sparrow with a thread tied to its feet." This chapter describes the stories of 3 such sparrows. Lala Lakshmi Chand. This gentleman was first serving in Shri Venkateshwara Brush in Mumbai, then in the railway department, and afterwards in a firm of Messrs. Raleigh Brothers and Co. as a Munshi clerk. He came in Baba's contact in 1910. 1 or 2 months before Christmas, he saw in his dream at Santa Cruz, the suburb of Mumbai, an old man with a beard, standing and surrounded by his bhaktas. A few days later, he went to the house of his friend, Mr. Dattatreya Manjunath Viju, to hear
the Kirtan by Darshan. It was and is always the practice of Darshan to keep Baba's picture in front of the audience, and while doing the Kirtan, Lakshmi Chand was surprised to see that pictures of the old man he saw in his dream tallied exactly with those in the picture, and thus he came to the conclusion that an old man he saw in his dream was Sai Baba himself. The sight of this picture, Daskanu's Kirtan, and the life of Saint Tukaram, on which Daskanu disclosed all these things, made a deep impression on his mind, and he decided to go to Shirdi. It is always the experience of the Bhaktas that God always helps them in their speech for Sadhguru and other spiritual endeavors. That very night, a friend named Shankararo knocked at his door and asked him whether he would accompany him to Shirdi. His joy knew no bounds. He at once decided to go to Shirdi. He borrowed ₹15 from his cousin, and after making due preparation, left for Shirdi. In the train, he and his friend Shankarao did some bhajan, sang religious songs, and inquired about Sai Baba with some fellow passengers. 4 Mohammedans who were returning to their place near Shirdi. They all told them that Sai Baba was great saint living in Shirdi for many years. When they reached Gogarban, he wanted to buy some good goas as an offering to Baba, but he was so wrapped in the scenery and sights that he forgot to purchase them. When they were nearing Shirdi, he was reminded of the goas. Just then he saw an old woman with a goa basket on her head running after the farmer. Farmer was stopped and he gladly purchased some fruits. When the woman said, "Take all the rest and offer them on my behalf to Baba," the fact was that he had intended to purchase goa but had forgotten to do so. The old woman encountered and devotion to Baba. All these were a pleasant surprise to both the friends and the children, though in his mind that the old woman might be some relation of the old man he saw in the dream. Then they drove on and came near Shirdi, and on seeing flags on the masjid, they saluted them. With puja material in hand, they went to masjid and worshipped Baba with due ritual. Lakshmi Chand was first moved and was extremely happy to see Baba. He wrapped himself around with Baba's feet as a bee with a sweet smelling lotus. Then Baba spoke as follows: "Coming fellow, he does bhajans on the way and inquires from others, why ask others? Everything we should see with our own eyes. Where is the necessity to question others? Just think for yourself whether your dream is true or not. Where was the necessity of the darshan by taking a loan from the Marwari? Is the heart's desire now satisfied?" Hearing these words, Lakshmi Chand was wonderstruck at Baba's omniscience. He was at loss to know how Baba came to know about all these things that happened en route from his house to Shirdi. The chief thing to note is in this respect is that Baba never liked people to borrow or take loan for his darshan, or celebrating any holiday or making any pilgrimage. Sansa. At noon, when Lakshmi Chand was sitting for meals, he got some sansa, wheat pudding, from a devotee as prasad. He was pleased to have it. Next day, also he expected it, but got nothing, so he was anxious to get it again. Then on the 3rd day at the noon Arati time, Baba Sarjo asked Baba what naivedya he should take. Baba told him to bring sansa. Then the Bhaktas brought 2 big pot full of sansa. Lakshmi Chand was very hungry and there was some pain in his back. Then Baba said to him, "It is good that you are hungry. Take sansa and some medicine for the pain in the back." He was again wonderstruck to see that Baba again read his mind and spoke out what was passing there, how omniscient was he. Evil-eye. During the visit, he, Lakshmi Chand, also witnessed one night the procession to Chavadi. Baba then suffered much from coughs. He thought that this suffering of Baba might be due to somebody's evil eye. Next morning, he went to the masjid. Baba spoke to Shama as follows: "I suffered last night from cough. Is it due to some evil eye? I think that somebody's evil eye has worked on me, and so I am suffering." In this case, Baba spoke out what was going on in his mind of Lakshmi Chand. On seeing this proof of Baba's omniscience and the kindness to his bhaktas, he fell prostrate at Baba's feet and said, I am much blessed with your darshan. Ever be kind and merciful to me and protect me always. There is no other God to me in this world except you. Let my mind be ever wrapped in your bhajan and peace. Let your grace protect me from the miseries of the world and let me ever chant your name and be happy. After getting Baba's Uri and blessings, he returned home with his friend, much pleased and contented, and was singing Baba's glory on the way. He remained a staunch devotee of Baba then onwards and always sent garlands of flower, camphor and dakshina with any person of his acquaintance home for sharing. Now let us turn to another sparrow devotee one day in Darshan saw her in dreams and Sai Baba coming to her door and begging children, rice cooked with dal and salt for his meals. On waking up, she saw nobody at her door. However, she was pleased with the vision and told it to all, including her husband. He was employed in the postal department, and when he was transferred to Akola, both husband and wife who were devout person decided to go to Shirdi. Then, on the suitable day, they left for Shirdi after his king. Gomati on the way reached Shirdi and stayed there for 2 months. Every day they went to the masjid, worshipped Baba, and passed their time happily. The couple came to Shirdi to offer khichdi as naivedya, but for first 14 days somehow or other it could not be offered. The lady did not like this delay or arguments. Then on the 15th day she came home to the masjid with her khichdi. There she found that Baba and others were already sitting for meals and the curtain was down. Nobody dared enter in when the curtain was down, but the lady could not wait. She lifted up the curtain and entered. Strange to say that Baba seemed that day hungry for khichdi and wanted that thing fast. And when the lady came in with the dish, Baba was delighted and began to eat most after most khichdi. On seeing the advance of Baba in this respect, everybody was wonderstruck, and those who heard the story of khichdi were convinced about his extraordinary love for his devotees. Deva. Now let us go to the third side. Deva of Virangon was a simple and illiterate garment of Rao Bahadur H.P. Sake. He was a devotee of Shiva and always chanted the 5-syllabled mantra Namah. He did not know Sandhya nor its chief mantra, the Gayatri. Rao Bahadur Sake was interested in him, taught him all the Sandhya and the Gayatri. Sake told him that Sai Baba of Shirdi was the embodied form of Lord Shiva and made him start for Shirdi. At Bahuj railway station, he learned that Sai Baba was a Muslim and his simple and orthodox mind was much perturbed at the prospect of bowing down to a Muslim, and he prayed to his master not to send him there. His master, however, insisted on his going there and gave him a letter of introduction to his Sake's father-in-law, Ganesh Damodar, alias Dada Pirkar of Shirdi, to introduce him to Sai Baba. When he reached Shirdi and went to masjid, Baba was very indignant and would not allow him to enter. Kick out the rascal, wrote Baba, and then said to Mega, you are a high caste Brahmin and I am a low Muslim. You will lose your caste by coming here. This I can do. On hearing these words, Mega began to tremble. He was wondering as to how Baba had came to know about what was passing in his mind. He stayed there for some days, serving Baba in his own way, but was not convinced. He went home and then to Jayapur, Nasi district, and stayed there for a year and a half. Then again he returned to Shirdi, and this time at the intersection of Dada Kirtan, he was allowed to enter the masjid and stay in Shirdi. Sai Baba's school to Deva was not through any oral instruction. He worked out with Deva internally, with the results that he was considered changed and benefited. Then Deva began to look upon Sai Baba as an incarnation of Shiva. In order to worship Shiva, Shiva's deities are acquired, and Mega used to go miles and miles every day to bring them and worship his Shiva Baba. His practice was to worship all the deities in the village and then come to masjid. And after saluting Baba's Asan, he worshipped Baba, and after doing some service, shampooing his legs, drinking the washing steam of Baba's feet. Once it so happened that he came to masjid without worshipping Khandava, as the door of the temple was closed. Baba did not accept his worship and sent it back again, saying that the door was open. Mega then found the door open, worshipped the deity, and then returned to Baba as usual. Yangaswar. On one Makara Sankranti day, Mega wanted to smear the body of Baba with sandal paste and hot Ganges water. Baba was first unwilling to undergo this, but at his repeated request, he consented. Mega had to traverse a distance of 8 kilometers going and returning to bring the sacred water from the Godavari river. He brought the water, made all the preparations for the Baba tomb, and asked Baba to get ready for the same. Then Baba again asked him to restart from his bath, saying that as a fakir he had nothing to do with Ganges water, but Mega did not listen to him. He knew that Shiva is pleased with Abhishek, sacred bath, on that auspicious day. Baba then came down and sat on the wooden board, and protecting his head, said, "O Mega, do at least this favor. Head is most important organ of the body, so pour the water over that only. It is equivalent to the whole body." "All right," said Mega, and lifting the water pot up, began to pour it on the head. But in doing this, he was so much overwhelmed with love that he cried out, "Adhar Gange, Hail Goddess Ganga," and emptied the pot on the whole body. He kept the pot aside and began to look at Baba. But to his surprise and amazement, he found that only Baba's head was drenched, while the body quite dry, trident and creamy. Mega worshipped Baba at 2 places. In the masjid, he worshipped Baba in person, and in the Baba's big picture given by Nana Sahib Chandra. This he did for 12 months. Then, in order to appreciate his devotion and confirm his faith, Baba gave him a vision. One morning when Mega was still lying down on his bed with eyes closed but internally awake, he saw clearly Baba's form. Baba, knowing him to be awake through Akshata, raised grains marked red with crimson, and said, "Mega, draw a trident," and disappeared. Hearing Baba's words, he eagerly opened his eyes, saw no Baba, but only rice grains spread here and there. He then went to Baba, told him about the vision, and asked permission to draw the trident. And Baba said, "Did you not hear my words asking you to draw the trident? It was no vision but a direct order. My words are always pregnant with meaning and never hollow." Mega said, "I thought you woke me up, but all the doors were closed, so I was doubtful and thought it would be a vision." Baba rejoined, "I require no doorway, but I have no form. I always go everywhere. As a wire puller, I carry on all the activities of the man who trusts me and merges in me." Mega returned to Wada and blew a red trident on the wall near Baba's picture. Next day, the Ramadas came from Pune, saluted Baba and offered him Hindi, a phallic image of Shiva. At this time, Mega also turned up there. Baba said to him, "See, Shankar has come, protect, worship him now." Mega was pleasantly surprised to see Hindi. All in the water, Kaka Sai Parivaar was standing with the towel on his head after having taken his bath and was remembering Sai when he saw Hindi his mental vision. While he was wondering about this, Mega came and showed him the Hindi presented to him by Baba. Dikshit was happy to know, and this Hindi exactly tallied with the one he saw a few minutes before in his vision. And a few days after the drawing of trident was complete, Baba installed the Hindi gate, the big picture which Mega was worshipping. The worship of Shiva was clear to Mega, and by the drawing of the trident and the installation of Hindi, Baba confirmed his faith therein. After continuous service of Baba for many years, doing regular worship and arati every noon and evening, Megha, passed away in 1912. Then Baba passed his hands over his mortal lines and said, "This was a true devotee of mine." Baba also ordered that at his own expense the funeral dinner should be given to parents. This was carried out by Kaka Sarvesh. Bhavati Shirdi, pleased to be on.
Unfortunately, the names are not mentioned. The party learned that the Shirdi great saint in fact, who was caught realized and who was released and was disturbed, distributed money everywhere to his bhaktas and the skillful persons who went and showed their talent there. And a lot of money in the form of Darshan was collected, maybe by Sai Baba. And out of his amount, he gave to everyone, including 3 years old girl, Amani, daughter of a Kodaji, and his 2 to 5, 2006 to Samani, mother of Kumari, and his 10 to 20 or even 50 to other castes. As it is. On hearing all this, the party came to Shirdi and stayed there. The Meena gave very good bhajan and sang very good songs, but inwardly they lacked money. Three of the party also of avarice, but the lady on the list was a very different nature. She had regarded and love for Baba. Once it was so happened that when the noonday aarti was going on, Baba was much pleased with her faith and devotion and gave her vision of her Krishna, chosen lady. To her, Baba appeared as Sitanath Ram, while to all others Vishnu Sai Ram. On seeing her beloved lady, she was very much moved. Tears began to flow from her eyes and she clapped her hands with joy. People began to wonder at the joyful mood, but they were not able to guess its cause. Late in the afternoon, she disclosed everything to her husband. She told him how she saw Shirdi and Sai Baba. He thought she was very simple and devout woman, and seeing Rama might be a creation of the mind. He ignored her, saying that it was not possible that she alone should see Rama. When they all saw Sai Baba there, she did not resent his remark, as she was fortunate enough to get Darshan. And when the mind was calm, composed, and free from habits. Wonderful vision. Things were going on like this when the husband got a strange vision in his dream one night. He saw in the big city police were had arrested him and tied his hands with the rope and put him in a cage. Police were tightening the big. He saw Sai Baba standing quite outside in the cage. On seeing Baba so close, he said to him, "Take him home." After hearing him pain, I was so much to see when why should the calamity befall me when you were standing there in person. Baba said, "You must suffer the consequence of their actions." He said, "I have not done anything in this life which should bring such a misfortune." Baba said, "This is not. In this time, you must have committed some sin in your past. I do not know anything of any past life, but assuming that I did not commit some sin, then why should it be not be burned and destroyed in the earth when I have happened to try to ask people back?" Baba had been taught such faith yes, Baba. And asked him to close his eyes. No sooner did he shut them when he heard a thumping sound of something falling down. After opening his eyes, he saw that he was free and the police falling down. Being much frightened, he began to look at Baba. He said, "Now you are well caught. Officers will now come and arrest you." Then he begged, "There is no other savior except you. Save me now." Then Baba again asked him to come inside. He did so, and when he opened them, he saw that he was free out of cage that Baba was lying inside. He then felt that Baba's feet. Baba asked him, "Is there any difference between Namaskar and your previous one?" Think well and then reply. He said, "There is not a difference. My former Namaskar was offered the option of getting money from you, but the other present Namaskar is one offered you as God decides. Earlier I got resentful that you being an ornament was spoiling the Baba, do you not believe in your mind and ornament God?" He said, "No." So Baba said, "Have you not got Anja and the hands in your house? And you do not worship the same tabernacle or festivals. Also, there is in your house another deity named that if you would propitiate a peace or marriage between other festivals and also. Including all this, the Baba said, what more do you want? Then the desire of the Lord was fine. We get Darshan of Guru Ramdas. And Baba asked him to turn back to see. Then he turned around, Guru Ramdas was in front of him. No sooner did he bend to follow the street, Guru Ramdas vanished. Then he quickly asked Baba, you look old. Do you know your age? Baba, what do you say? I'm old. Just race with me and see. On saying this, Baba began to run. And came to follow. Baba disappeared in the dust maze by his footsteps while running. At the moment, man was awake. After waking up, he began to take seriously about the daily meeting. His mentality was completely changed and realized the needs of Baba. After this, his doubting tendency disappeared. The pure devotion to Baba's street descended on his mind. The vision was mere dream, but the question and answer was therein were most significant and interesting. Next morning, when all assembled in the masjid for Aarti, Baba gave him prasad 2 rupees worth of sweet meals, another 2 rupees for the spot and requested. He made him stay there for a few more days and gave him his blessing, saying, Allah, God will give you greatly. He will do you all good. He did not get more money there, but because of far better things. His Baba's blessings, which put him in good stead all along. The party got plenty of money afterwards in their pilgrimage vessel. As they got suffer, they traveled on inconvenience to the money. They all returned home safe. People Baba's word blessings and Ananda is to experience this day. The story is straight from the letter follow. In both cases, to improve return to the family. The little Banga, the family, all of the submission to Baba. This Sarvika is the published in the Marathi book named Shirdi Sai Parivaar. He created Abangas and his father, describing the leaders of Baba. It was worth reading the flow by those who were present in Baba. Other forms of people for studying hard day and night in order to appear for the wedding examination. He consulted some psychologists. On examining this psychologist, they told him that his stars are not being known that year, that he should not appear in the examination. Next year, when people be certain this class will do over 100 million tests. A few days afterwards, his mother went to the union from Baba. Amongst other things, he mentioned the Rumi and Rose condition for son, who was not appear to the examination. On reading his Baba said to her, tell yourself to believe me, to throw aside all the considerations of pathology and promise to go on to sex. Let him appear to examination with calm mind. He is sure to pass his year. Ask him to trust him, do not disappoint. Some other returned home and communicated Baba's message to her son. Then he studied hard and due course of faith examination. In the return of paper, he did well, but being overtaken by doubt, he thought that he would not secure sufficient marks for passing. He did not care to appear for full examination. The examiner was after him. He sent word to fellows who were stating that he had passed the examination, that he would appear at work. But Sandhu came that invitation appeared to the examination was successful. Thus he got to examination that he successfully Baba's speech. To the staff against it, and indicated to see the doubts and difficulties around as just to move us from confirmed faith. We are tested as it were. If you were old, totally old, on studying Baba with full faith and continuing on believers, our efforts will be ultimately crowned. The father of the boy is Raghunath Rao, was serving as a foreign of much coming back from Mumbai. As he grew old, he was not able to commit to his work properly and he had to take leave with us. As it was concluded his period of leave, a further extension of leave of provincial retirement from services was available. The chief manager of the firm decided to retire him on pension and he was old and at the reliable service. The question whether the amount of pension to be given for resignation, he was getting rupees 150 and his pension is half of the amount was to 75. It would not be enough to meet the expectations of the family, so they were all anxious about this matter. 15 days before the final festival, Baba appeared to be responsible. I wish that we Congress should decide that pension. We said, Baba, why ask me this? We trust you. Baba said, more complex, especially such wonderful modern create power Captain Hadi was staying in the village was graduate of Baba, but Baba gave to them the leading secretary wonderfully. Hadi will immediately tell Baba street tragedy. The child forgets his mother now. Hadi went from the garden to for fresh. After reading, Sheila and Dakshina was about to offer all this Baba. He was awaiting and came to know that the whole thing would be. Then he decided to send all these things to Baba to Shirdi. When he came to Gwalior some days afterwards, he said to his brother and money order to send and with instructions that these two should be present in line. Sheila articles and Valpapadi vegetables. Those should be offered to Baba and Eastern and Dakshina. Then to Shirdi and purchase and the extension about Valpapadi was not available. In short time, Uzzin turned up in the basket and had a seriously enough contained Valpapadi vegetable. It was purchased in the all things and offered to Baba on behalf of Captain Hadi. Because they would the great Naivedya, right, next day, and offered the same to Baba. All the people surprised to Baba was the diary cooked and ate Valpapadi did not satisfy him. Hadi joined with the monks when we went learn to perform consecrated to me. Another kind of Captain Hadi that he have in his house a routine consecrated with Baba. He came to a friend who was born to Shirdi. So him having him was a duty. Friend with the Shirdi after the usual celebration gave birth to Dakshina with Baba and Super. Then he gave others to be to Baba and then together. We came to the friend, asked the Baba, to the right now to pray to him. Then said to the friend, whatever is the Lord of the Prasad of the week, tell him that I want something from him. Ask him to let me be contented. The friend figure to Gwalior and all that happens here. This time, I was much pleased that Baba always made good thoughts and he wished to bring to Baba to bring the same quality. Now let the readers hear the latest story. The human being common for Baba Parivaar. She once brought Ruby on one side, it was the way to the views of Rama, Lakshmana, Sita. The other side was the way to the views of Maruti with folded hands. We offered the Baba with the hope that he should make it at the recurrences of Guru. The Baba needed to be complicated. Then Shama spoke to Baba regarding the Varunda's the cousin of the Baba spoke to his children of Baba. Why should we report? We keep to ourselves. If he gives us food to recover it, we will regard it. Then for the sake of that, we Mamuna collected the Parivaar and placed the food of Baba. The value of the ruby is far exceeds the currency. Shama, take this ruby. Let us have it in our store, keep this in your shining vertical. No one has the courage to ask otherwise. We follow this particular and only knows what is best. The best of the good to each of us. Both shall decide these people.
Parties made Darshan leaders away with the fear of heavy illusion and the concept calamities. He was first taken head on account of the erosion of his Bhaktas. He was obliged to take a form to give liberation, self-realization of thoughts of his emission of the faith and was the chief of that mission is inevitable. Those who take refuge in his name have all their sins destroyed and their progress is attained. Remembering his deed, promise from holy places come to him and read scriptures to chant the Gayatri Mantra in his presence. We who are weak and without any merit do not know what we need, but we know this much that through all others may leave us. I won't forsake us. Those who
fully the desire of his devotees and fulfill the day. Hence, they get what they want and all they tell. So we invoke him and prostrate ourselves before him, forgetting all our faults, let him free us from our anxiety. He who being overcome with our life, remembers and says his life, thus radiate his mind on and testify to his grace. This story is the work of mercy, safe and favored gift, and the result of this is the present work Sai Parivaar. Otherwise, what qualifications might we to undertake this enterprise? But as Sai took all the responsibility on a part, then no Darshan not any fear about this. When the powerful light of knowledge of the inspired his and friend, why should he every time be proud of his opinion and value? Sai was established in the form of this book done by him. This is due to the aspiration of his lyrics in the past and therefore he thinks himself frustrated and blessed. The falling story is not a mere tale but true method. He who drinks it will realize Sai's greatness and all perseverance. Those who want to argue on the criticize should not go in for this. What is wanted here is not expression but unlimited love and devotion. Learn, devote and faith, faithful believers or those who consider themselves as servants of faith. They like and appreciate these stories. Others will take the form of travel. The first trick of Sai will find the Sai they lost in a which fulfilling faith. Taking his first favoring his nectar of Sai will give liberation to the ignorant devas and attraction to the outsiders and a sadhana to the experience. Now, we come to the story of this chapter. Sai Parivaar. Here, early morning, as it is 6 a.m. and when Sai Parivaar, he was the priest of the goddess Darshan, Shirdi. There, he was so overpowered by adverse circumstances and calamities that he lost peace of mind and became quite restless. Under such circumstances, one evening, he went into the temple of the goddess and prayed unto her from the bottom of his heart and invoked her aid to free him from anxiety. The goddess was blessed with his devotion, and the same night appeared to him in his dream and said to him, "You go to Baba and then your mind will become calm and composed." Baba was anxious to know from her who this Baba was, but before he could take any explanation, he was awakened. Then he began to think as to who might be this Baba to whom the goddess had asked him to go. After some thinking, he resolved that this Baba might be Grandfather, God's wife. So he went to the holy place temple and stayed there for 10 days till 20 days. He was early in the morning, he chanted Rudra and did the Abhishek, holy water over and did other religious rites, but with all this, he was restless as before. When he returned to his place and again invoked the goddess most faithfully. That night he again appeared in his dream and said, "Why did you do Grandfather is doing? I mean, by Baba Shirdi Sai Parivaar of trading." The question people are asking now